Today's the 25th, that's why.
Today is the 25th.
Whatever.
I used to have a friend that wished to say, it is that date all day.
Well, where is my May 25th?
Go ahead.
What's going
No,
on?
she gets you really sweet reading. She walks you through it.
Joe. Where's my May 25th? Am I doing something wrong?
Are you logged in? If you want, you can just start on your protocol first, and then we
Well,
can,
yeah, I know that.
yeah, then we can,
Yeah. Okay.
great question.
It disappeared. Okay.
We'll figure it out.
Shouldn't it? We only have one right here. She's right here.
So she is there.
She's there.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Good evening. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm going to call our work session to order, Academic Wellbeing and Student Recovery Plan and Refugee Services. At this particular moment, I'd like to call on Dr. Jewel Harmon, who's going to be online, correct? And
Thank you.
Good
President.
evening. Oh,
No, thank you, President Mata. I just thank you for being here tonight. We're excited about the two presentations we have for you today. The first being the Academic Wellbeing and Student Recovery Plan update. And I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Harmon.
good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Vela, Ms. Antello. Thank you for the opportunity. This will be a joint presentation between organizational effectiveness and school operations academic support. I thank Dr. Berkland, Mr. Shield, Ms. Dromley for being present tonight and sharing. This will be a slightly different version of the update than we've seen in the past. Of late, we've given you updates related to our Esser spending. We've given you updates related to our plans in terms of the plan that we've been developed that was required by OSPI. We've also provided for you different updates of the school-based projects that are happening, updates on virtual school, and kept you abreast of the requirements and attestations that we've had to make per OSPI. When last we did an update with you, we anticipated OSPI saying that we'd have to do an update again in April. That is not the case as of yet. They've not required anything of us. There's nothing else happening that they've required. And so we're just giving you an update of how we're progressing along. And this time we're going to take you on a journey in a different way. And because the phase of the plan that we're in right now, the phase that all districts are in right now, are around the idea of how we use data to inform our decision making, how we use data to understand the impact of COVID on our students. And so Dr. Berkland is going to begin our presentation talking about some of the dashboards that our schools use and what's been made available, so we'll know how our students are doing. And she'll share that with you at a district level. And then Mr. Shield and Ms. Drobny are going to come and talk about how schools then apply that to their local settings to make decisions about students. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ashley.
All right. Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Vela, Ms. Santello. Thank you for having me tonight, getting to talk about one of my passions, which is data. Part of the DARTS team, you see the technology pieces a lot, but today we're going to dig into that data piece and what we have available, what schools are doing there. So I'm going to take a moment just to talk through our KSD data principles. This is how we ground all of our data work. So they're all here, but there's a few that I want to call your attention to here that I think are relevant to tonight. One is that data use is not a one-time event. It's an ongoing and iterative process. So it's something that we're doing here at the district level. It's something that our schools are doing. They're doing those cycles, looking at data. It's not a one-time we look at it, we'll check in again next year. It's used to inform decisions, and it's a constant process. And then the last one is everyone is a data user. So you might not be in there manipulating spreadsheets or doing fancy statistics, but everybody can engage in data in some way, and we're going to talk about some of that tonight. All right. So one thing you'll notice, you're not going to get to see the dashboards in action tonight. We'll do that another day, and I really look forward to that. But all of our dashboards are guided by questions. So instead of making statements, we use questions and take an inquiry approach to data. So this is a screenshot from a different dashboard about home languages that we have available to our schools. And you'll see at the top that there's an overall guiding question about how many different home languages are there in KSD. And then there's a few different visual approaches to answering those questions. So there's a breakdown by high school, how many different home languages are there by school, what home languages are most common. So you see the questions are there answering that overall. And then sometimes the questions lead to more questions. So we have another slightly different view over there about the top languages over time, but all question-based, all going back to that same question. And that's how all of our dashboards are built, so that schools have a point of consistency as they engage with different types of data. All right, so that's a high-level overview into how we approach these. And then I'm going to talk about two tonight, which are our on-track dashboards for elementary and for secondary. So the purposes of these dashboards are to find those students that are on track or potentially off track for academics and graduation. They're created based on research related to indicators of school success and graduation readiness. And what you're going to see on the following slides are data related to attendance, behavior, both high-level exclusionary discipline as well as classroom referral level data, and academics, taking the form of assessment or grades, depending on the level that we're looking at. And they provide a quick and visual way for schools to surface the areas of celebration and opportunities for growth. Instead of sifting through those spreadsheets one by one, trying to figure out what's happening for each student, we can see some high-level trends pretty quickly that you'll see. So this is a screenshot of the high-level piece of the elementary on-track dashboard. You'll see at the top there's attendance, and it's bucketed into groups of 100 to 95% down to less than 80%, and you'll see how this is K through 6 data that's here, pulled from a couple days ago. And then there is exclusionary discipline data that's in our Skyward Student Information System, referral data, and then down below, various assessment pieces of data. So if you were in the dashboard, you'd be able to filter down, say you just wanted to look at third grade, you'd be able to drill down and just look at third grade. All those bars would change and represent just third grade. So schools could go in there and quickly see those areas of focus. And then for schools also, there's a student list that goes with all of this. So down at the bottom, they'd be able to click, and then they would see those students and the information for each student and be able to make those further decisions. And then this is just a few call outs since we're not live in the dashboard. They all have these things called tooltips. So if we hovered over that bar that said 29.9%, that little box would pop up and there's a sentence stating what the data is. 29.9% of students have an attendance rate of 95 to 90%, and it tells you how many students it is. We're at the district level, so that's the almost 4,000 there. And then on the other side, there's another example of a tooltip where we give even more context. And this is about grades, so we give the indicators for each grade level. So it's all there, all in one place. Secondary on track. This is really fast. So this is the secondary on track dashboard. There's an introduction page, and getting back to the research component and why we're doing all of this. This is the introduction page of the secondary on track, available to all the schools, talking about the research that supports using these indicators, how they impact student success in school, and why we use those indicators. And then there's some quick visuals on the side to support those narratives. These are the variables for secondary on track. So on the left, we have a high level, 39% are on track in all areas, and then the 2 areas, 1 areas, or no areas. The areas are attendance, so if a student is chronically absent or not. Chronically absent means that they are missing more than 10% of the school days. Exclusionary discipline, in-school, out-of-school suspensions and expulsions. And then grades. So this right here is looking at semester 2 active grades, which are those live grades that are happening right now in the grade book. There's the option to also look at posted grades when those happen. So Once a term's over and that's settled, schools can look at it that way as well. But right now, it's on that semester 2 active grades. And then again, you could filter down. This is 7th through 12th grade that it's showing right now. So you could filter and look at just your seniors. You could look at 9th graders, see how these numbers would change. And again, there's a student list at the bottom, and also on elementary and secondary. There's another page that is student-specific and gives a page of detail about a student. So you can find a group of students, find that one student, really hone in and get more information. So a lot of levels to engage with. And then this is just talking about some of the built-in interactivity again, that there are many filters on these dashboards. You can filter by grade. We also have this show more filters feature, and there's a bunch of programmatic information in there. So to get down to specific race, ethnicity groups, highly capable, inclusive ed, whatever that might look like. So aligning with school improvement plans, if you're looking at a specific group, you could go in here and do that as well. All right. That is my quick, high-level use of data, and I'm going to turn it over to Jim and Patty. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hamada, board members, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Santello. I want to follow up a little bit on what Ashley talked about and step out, sort of bridge the EDLI role, but also the principal role, just being out of the school principal role here for just a few months, really. The amount of work that the assessment team has put into building these dashboards in Tableau, I can tell you, having been a principal in this district for 11 years before moving into this role, I would spend an inordinate amount of time trying to download stuff out of Skyward, trying to put it into a spreadsheet, trying to make sense of what do I have here, right? What's going on, right? We have all sorts of data in schools, right? And lots of it isn't necessarily data that assessment has. We're talking to teachers about the formative assessment data that they have that they're dealing with in their PLC meetings, right? But the work that the assessment team has done the last several years, or the data team and research team has done in building these Tableau dashboards, have made it so much easier for me as a building principal, and now me as an EDLI supporting building principals, to go to a dashboard to get immediate data that makes sense, that I can click on and I can get kids' names, right? It's great to be able to look at numbers and get a sense of trends, but in the end, I want to be able as a building principal to say, who are my 7th graders taking Math 7 that are struggling and not passing? That data lives in Skyward, but it was clunky to get to. And I can walk in now as an EDLI, I can walk into a principal's office and we can have a plan that we want to look at math, and we can get that data and we can pull it up and we can talk about individual kids now without having to spend lots and lots of time trying to find the data and trying to put it into a package that's comprehensible. Because as a school leader, in the EDLI office, we talk about we got to move at the speed of school. Right? The speed of school is, I need that information now. If it's meaningful to me as a building leader, if it's meaningful to a classroom teacher, I need it now. I don't need to spend time trying to gather it. So the assessment team has done a great job putting lots of Tableau dashboards together. And personally, I've had 2 schools that I support that have said, we're really trying to figure out this, right? So one of them was Kent Lake High School getting a better handle on on-track graduation, and applies directly to the work we're doing today. The various options we have for credit retrieval, which options are working, who's gaining credits, and we were able to sit down and meet with the assessment team and say, wow, you're doing lots of work in spreadsheets. Let's see if we can put that together into a Tableau dashboard that's logical and makes sense and is immediately actionable by a building leader, because that's the only time that all of this data is actually useful, is if we can get it quickly, we can get a student list, and we can talk about kids, because those numbers all tell a story about kids who are doing great, and we want to find out why, about kids who are struggling a little bit and need someone to put a tap a hand, right? Just tap them on the back and say, hey, let's get going. And who are those kids that really need some significant intervention in order to get the success that we know they need? So they've done a great job putting those together. I just wanted to start off with that. Sure. If you want to talk about this part, and then we
Clearly, we practiced this on the walkover. President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Bella, Ms. Zantella, thank you for having us here. I have to say, I get the exciting part because we talk about data, we talk about how we use it, but what I'm going to share is how we're seeing this come to fruition in the schools. So, as you know, we have Esser funds to promote and support academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs. And we've accessed a lot of those funds already this year. So specifically, I want to share some of the examples of what we've done that do meet those categories and what you probably have observed in your walkthroughs in the building. So extended learning programs, and all of these link to the data that we're using, that we access. I echo those thoughts and comments about what our dashboards enable us to do. So our data helps us identify the students that right now would benefit from extended learning after school, and we have several schools that are doing summer programs that are also using that data. Staff training. The more our staff are trained to meet the needs of our students, the better able we are to start accelerating learning. A few examples of things that we've done. We have some schools that did some training on professional learning community modules, which is really a collaborative training to help staff work together to identify, again, using data to identify what students need right now, what the gap areas are, how do we collaborate to plan lessons and develop common formative assessments to see how our students are doing and the impact of the instruction that we're giving. It's all linked to what do we want students to learn, so it's aligned to the standards. What are we going to do if they don't learn? What are we going to do if they already know it? Because some of our students are above grade level. And really, when we think about what we tend to hear more often than not, it's up on the screen, Plan, Do, Study, Act, and a PLC module and model is exactly that, Plan, Do, Study, Act. We have GLAD training, which is training that our staff take to support their skills and their repertoire of skills for how do we best meet the needs of our English learners. So an example would be total physical response. If they can't understand the words I'm seeing, they can certainly understand what I'm acting out. More visuals, even the pace of how we speak. So we have several two in particular, Covington and Crestwood, that have been doing a lot of work around GLAD because what their data showed was that their ELL students were underperforming compared to other students. And they're looking now at the data that's coming in to determine will that work continue for next year. We've had some inclusive ed training grants that have provided an opportunity for staff to go to studios and see what instructional strategies and learning formats are working. Again, when we look at data, no surprise that some of our students who qualify for individualized education programs are underperforming compared to our other students, so we want to be sure that we are better able to serve the needs of our inclusive ed students. And then we have, in addition to some of these trainings that we have resources that we've been providing. So some of our schools purchased resources to have in the classroom for mindful moments or take a break. Because we knew coming into this year we were going to have a lot of students who had experienced trauma and are still experiencing trauma. So the goal is keep kids in class. So what our data is showing is the more time they spend in class, the better able they are to self-regulate, the fewer discipline referrals they're getting, and the more academic achievement we're going to see. We also have sound discipline supports and Living Well Kent that both support the social emotional pieces and also do some family outreach, again with that same intent that we want to help our families access resources and students to be able to self-regulate and stay in class. And then some of that is resources that are physical. So our iReady ERLA scores have shown that we have several students that are struggling with reading. Well, we know if we have a family that's living paycheck to paycheck, they're not going to have a huge amount of books at home. So we have used some of these ESSER funds to support the use of classroom libraries so we can get books in the hands of kids. And then now staff will be tracking independent reading and how are we seeing an impact on that, on their overall reading scores.
And then as we wrap up this, we were with you in February, I think, talking about school improvement planning. And, you know, when we think about our academic recovery plan, we think how that dovetails with school improvement planning. School improvement planning doesn't end, right? So the worst kind of plan and the plans that our schools don't use are the ones where next year's plan has no relationship to anything we were doing this year, right? Which just feeds into the narrative, right, of, you know, this year it's another thing, right? That's not the type of school improvement planning we do, that this year's plan is related to next year's plan, and it builds upon itself. And so our schools are working on those plans now, thinking about, you know, anticipating that year-end data, that SBA data that we're in the middle of, that final iReady data, plus what teachers know about their students from the work that they're doing, and starting to look at what do those plans look like for next year, right? So some things that specifically relate to the academic recovery work is, you know, we've had some of our Esser dollars have gone to high schools looking at alternative ways for credit achievement and credit acceleration and credit retrieval. So which one of those are working at various schools, and how do we then generalize that to other schools? Ms. Drobny talked about our professional learning communities. So we've done some, research has done some exciting work trying to identify, I won't get into the which ones, but identify some bright spot schools, right? Can we look at schools that are actually really closing the gap? And so starting to look at those schools and saying, what's going on there, right? And I know when I look at mine, I think about the professional learning community work, powerfully bringing together highly skilled educators to talk about student learning based on student data and make those plans in real time for their kids. So a lot of our schools are continuing that. And then, of course, continuing the work on social emotional learning, bringing in student voice to the school improvement planning is what some of our middle schools and high schools are really working on. And when we think about how that relates, I think, to these Esser mini grants. So I was in today looking at some of our approvals, and I think we're almost at $1 million, like 900 and some odd $1,000 of Esser mini grants that have gone directly into schools and classrooms. That doesn't count summer school. So it's a significant amount of investment in doing things that are creative, doing things that involve a little bit more support, and then looking for those bright spots. So it's a super simple process. The 4 EDLEs are the ones who approve those, and we usually know when they're coming because we've already been meeting with principals and saying, that sounds like something that you would do a grant for. Let's get that done. Probably takes 10 minutes to fill out a simple questionnaire that we can then go in. And literally, I approved one this morning, and the principal already has an email saying, here's the money, here's the budget string, it's in your account, go. So it's simple, it's effective, and now we're looking at where do we see those bright spots, and then how do we build on that for next year.
I have a question. Something I've noticed, it's great to have all these tools, and I love it, and all the data, which is wonderful to have. I'm curious, along with that, with having all this, you're going to need people to enact it, and you're going to have some time set aside for them to be able to look at all this data, put it together, and actually act upon it. So I'm curious, how does that factor into the teacher who is overwhelmed right now, probably covering maybe lots of things? Where do they find the time? I'm just realistically, can you help me with that?
I think that's a fantastic question, because that gets to the reality of all the data in the world doesn't do us any good if we don't have time or ability to look at it and act on it. So that's, you know, it's going to vary from school to school. But it's something that each principal in their planning needs to think about. How do we create time for our staff to be able to work on this? So I think about how principals use their principal-directed time that they have on those late start, or excuse me, early releases. I'm old, so I still say late start. The early releases that we have, how do they use that time? A lot of our Esser grants are for time, for either paying people extra time, or for paying for subs so that we can get some release time so that teams can dive in and do some work. I was part of looking at some math studio work that one of our high schools was doing last week that was paid for out of an Esser grant, so that people had time to come out of the classroom, spend some time thinking about powerful math instruction specifically for students who receive special education services was the topic they were specifically focusing on. But it is difficult to create that time, and that's why the Tableau work, I think, is so important, because you can make it easily accessible and readily comprehensible. And then it's really a building leadership question of how do we create that time based on where we are and what our staff has and what our plans are.
And when you have, forgive me, and I've been learning all this technology, and I had some basic that I had to do with my job, but all of this is just continual learning process. Is our teaching staff up to all this technology is our staff, are all of them getting enough time to learn all this stuff? Because it takes a while just to be able, you say, oh, it's handy, but you got to know where to go, how to go, it takes time to learn all these different systems. And I'm
Absolutely.
just curious about that.
I would say for the schools that I've been supporting, generally, the teachers are not logging into Tableau and pulling data. That's usually being done for them by the building principal, by the school success coach, by an instructional coach, right? So they're coming into a meeting and they've got it packaged for them, right?
Okay, that's good to know.
Because again, so now I have another login, I have to learn a new system, I have to click in, right? But again, as a building leader, I'm probably making some judgments around, there's lots of data out there, there's lots of different dashboards, which ones are really important for the work we're doing today? And then how do I package that so that my staff can go through we talk about like a here's what, so what, now what protocol, right? Here's what, I have some time to basically interpret what this data is telling me. So what, some time on what's it mean. Most of our time should be spent now what? Now that we know what the data is, what's our planning?
Yeah.
Right, so we have, administrators, building leaders need to make those choices on how are they packaging it so that folks have time so that you can spend time in the now what category.
And so much of this is, to me, it's valuable, but having that one-on-one.
Yeah.
I've seen what my tutoring can do at different schools that I've tutored reading at, and not that I'm wonderful, they just have me and they're doing that with each kid.
Absolutely.
It makes a difference, so having enough staff.
Yeah.
So, just keep that in mind. Other questions?
If I may, President Hamada.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have about 4 minutes
Oh,
to,
okay.
I just want to let our board know, if you have other questions, we happily get those answered for
sorry.
you, but I just want to respect our community members for the next piece, but, yes.
Right.
I have a quick question, but.
I can send my questions, because I
Great.
got a few coming up. I can send it.
Director Clark?
All right, and with the large number of multifamily households in the various schools, the eternal problem has always been student turnover. And there's no mercy if we're late in the year. But the question is, at the semester break, has there been a noticeable change in some buildings based on student turnover?
In terms of like an increase in their student population, like the number of enrollments going up, or?
If they move within the district, they're still on the same basic schedule. It's
Absolutely.
the out-of-district students I'm getting at, because
Yeah.
we face that.
Absolutely. We could probably get that data. I don't know it off the top of my head. I know one of our dashboards does look at mobility, and so you can pull that out and look at it. I can say as a principal, certainly every time I had a kid move into my school mid-year, that was always an opportunity for us to try to figure out, okay, we have a new Mustang. So it doesn't matter if he's going to be a Mustang for 6 weeks or a Mustang for 19 weeks, right? They're still a Mustang, and so we need to figure out what's going on with this student. What does that student need? It's not easy, but it's important to figure out. Sometimes you call the school that they came from. Tell me about.
Well,
Tell me about this kid, right?
the obvious thing is the state mandated skills testing and things that lodge that we can't control. I'm just curious.
2 minutes, folks. Another
Can I just
question?
make a comment? I guess I'm wondering why we have 2 presentations tonight, because it sounds like we all have a lot of questions, and I feel like that we're being rushed. And I understand that both presentations are really important, we need to listen to. But my comment is I just feel like there's not time for questions, and I wish that there was more time, because I would like to get more in depth with this.
Yep.
And I'm feeling like that we're not able to, and part of being here as a board director is being able to listen and ask questions and learn more about this, and I'm feeling like we're being limited, and I don't like that as a board director.
So we can definitely.
Director Beno, I am very excited. I'm sorry that we split the board meeting and work sections. especially this time of year, there's always more information and content. Then we have work session space available. So trying to fit that in, I apologize. But I'm also very excited that you want more time understanding how we go through this process and what we use, and we'll definitely work toward trying to schedule that. I apologize, Interim Superintendent Bella, for overstaffing, but I did want to acknowledge that that was the case.
No, thank you, Harmon. Dr. Harmon, that's what I was going to say, is that I appreciate that, because I think that is part of what I know I've talked to President Hamada, that is the time that we should be devoting as a Board
Absolutely.
Superintendent's governance team
Absolutely.
on how systems are supporting our kids to be successful. And so I look forward to continuing to do that.
Oh, for sure, and I appreciate the presentation, I love it. I
Yeah.
just want to be able to devote all the time necessary
Absolutely.
to it, so I appreciate that.
No, thank you.
And I would say the same thing, that I have questions, but if we're out of time, we're out of time.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. We look forward to more.
Yes,
Right?
yes, please, please.
We have a lot of questions.
Okay. And now we're on to number 2, and that's our refugee services. And Interim Superintendent Vella?
Yes, thank you, President Hamada. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Randy Heath, who will introduce the presenters today. We also have many of our community-based partners that are here today, and so I'm excited about you learning more about some of the work that they have been doing for some time. And so, Mr. Heath.
All right, good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vella, Ms. Santello. Yes, this is a great program that we have had in the district for years, and we have continued to build up our community partners. And Susie Whitlock has been leading this work for the last few years and been doing a spectacular job. And we're so happy to come and share with you a little more about how we are supporting families with the designation of refugee in our district. Susie?
Thank you, President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vella, Ms. Zantello. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to share with you about our refugee program. And, as conversations have come up earlier in the year, we know that we had a large influx of students from Afghanistan. We're hearing in the news about families coming in from Ukraine. So part of our work tonight is really to give you a big picture update about the refugee programs and what's happening with us as a country and what's happening with our refugees coming in. And then hopefully tonight we'll give you a little glimpse of some data. We know we have a short period of time, and my goal really tonight was for you to be able to hear this broad background overview from our community partners. I'm going to give Ms. Santello some slides with some of the data information. I'm happy to fill in any information or questions that you have on that data. And we hope to get invited back to be able to share some more as we get into next year. So for tonight, I want to do some brief introductions, and then we have our guest speaker who's going to join us on Zoom, and she's going to give the presentation for us. But before we get into that, I really want to thank, and as I introduce our community partners here, they really are at the heart of all of this work, and at a moment's notice, I can reach out to any one of our community partners and say, hey, we have a need, we have a question, and they respond so quickly. It's just truly a wonderful partnership, and I feel fortunate to get to work with these teams. So I'd like to start with introductions. First of all, Kindergarcha, who is really the centerpiece of this work as our KSD refugee liaison. And she's out there doing everything from greeting families, welcoming them as they come into our buildings to register, and making connections with our CBOs and community organizations, resettlement organizations. So she's really doing both the groundwork and the big picture work of helping our refugee students and families in our district. In addition, we have some wonderful guests here as well. So we have Shamso Isaac from Living Well Kent. She's the executive director of Living Well Kent. Marwa Sadiq, who is with Iraqi Community Center of Washington. I think Mona was oh, there's Mona. It's my first time I get to see Mona in person. Mona Han from Communities and Rooted Brilliance here. Again, what a wonderful team. And as I say, this is my first time I've gotten to be in the same physical space, as Mona, we've been working remotely, and the incredible work of this team is just beyond words. So with that, I am going to turn this over to Emily Kaufman, who is with World Relief. And Emily and her team have been providing professional development throughout the year to our schools. I think we have about 10 programs they've done, both with school staff and district staff, really making sure that we understand how to best support our refugee students and families. So we asked her to come and share tonight with you about the refugee programs.
Thank you. Just one moment, please. Point of privilege. Could I have you all please stand so we can thank you for your work? You are valuable to our community, believe me. Thank you.
If you can navigate to, I just need to find
Well, hi everybody, and thank you all for inviting me to share a little bit about our work today. I am Emily Kaufman, and I am the Youth and Family Program Manager at World Relief Western Washington, which is one of the largest resettlement agencies in the state of Washington. And I don't have control of the slides, so I'm not sure. Do I share my screen or?
I could just move through the slides if you just ask me when to move.
Okay, yep, go ahead, next slide. Thank you. Perfect. So this is a presentation that is taken out of some of the presentations and trainings that we have done for some of the schools in the district. So we can move on to the next slide. Next one. All right, so in the world today, we have over 82 million people that are displaced. And that are those who have been forced to leave their home in a particular result of in order to avoid effects of armed conflict, situation of generalized violence, violations of human rights, or natural human-made disaster, and who have not crossed an international border. Those are the ones that are internally displaced, so those that are still within their home country. Refugees, we have about 20.7 million, and those are someone who has well-founded fear of prosecution, who have crossed an international border. Prosecution may be on the grounds of race, religion, nationality, membership in a social group, or political opinion. And then we have asylees, 4.1 million. Already in the US or seeks admission at port of entry. Asylum seekers are those who request for sanctuary is still in process. So that's just the 82 million people that are displaced in the world today, and different definitions of what that means. Next slide. Move on to the next slide.
Are you seeing the Afghanistan, Ukraine slide? Sorry, Emily, are you seeing? Oh.
We lost her.
Sorry about that, I got kicked out. All right, so half of the world's refugees are children. Some of these children are growing up in camps. Almost 1 million children have been born into refugee life in the last 3 years. And they are in camps, when they're in the process of getting resettled, we don't see children getting a lot of academic support. There's a lot of lack of education, both in the early years and later on. And then so when they come to the US and get placed in a grade, that's when we often see, even if they get placed in the grade level where their age tells us that they should be in. They might have missed years of school, and their schooling is often very different from what we see here in the US. Next slide. Many refugees cannot go home because of continued conflict, wars, and persecution. Many also live in peculiar situation or have specific needs that cannot be addressed in the country where they have sought protection. In such circumstances, many hope to resettle in a third country. So oftentimes so they might flee from their country, and then they might end up in a neighboring country or a refugee camp. And that's kind of their holding spot, where they wait to get resettled into that third country and be resettled and start a new life. Next slide. Less than 1% of refugees of the world will be resettled each year, which means that only 1% of those 82 million displaced human beings are getting to a place where they can start rebuilding and building a new life. So what is it like to be resettled? In order for a child's success, as we all know, that kind of starts within their own home. So when we're looking at all of these things that a family and parents of these children might be experiencing, supporting a child in school and their academic success can be very challenging. And the children are also experiencing many of these words that you see on the screen right now. Next slide. So what about refugee students in the US? How are students resettling into our school system, and how prepared are our districts to support their unique needs? Education empowers by giving children the knowledge and skills to live productive, fulfilling, and independent lives. However, as we all know, students of refugee backgrounds are already students at risks, and they're already more likely to fall behind. So what are some of our students going through? Distraction, trouble focusing, adjusting to a new school system, all of these things that you see on the screen in front of you, limited experience with technology, difficulty sleeping, tiredness at school. They're all coming from extreme traumas, limited parent involvement, language barriers, demand of survival, family stress. Lots of the students that we're seeing, especially from Afghanistan and Ukraine, have left family behind, and that's a lot to deal with, both the children and the parents. And as those of us who are parents, we know that when our lives gets disrupted or we have a challenging time, parenting can be hard, and these families are going through that just as well as any of us would if we had a challenging time, and their struggles are often unimaginable. Next slide. So with that, as I kind of already mentioned, there's a lot of toxic stress that these families are going through. And the psychological response manifests in children when they are exposed to extreme traumatic events for a length of time, which we would talk about ACEs and adverse childhood experience. Some of these children and students that we're working with don't even fit on our ACEs scale because of the trauma that they have experienced. We don't really know because we haven't had families coming directly from trauma and war the way that our students are coming from Afghanistan in a very long time, because the resettling process has looked differently from them because they're coming straight from conflict directly to the US rather than being at that holding spot like a neighboring country or a refugee camp in between. Next slide. And if not handled well, toxic stress can lead to a lifetime of negative consequences such as disrupted brain development, heart disease, or immune system disabilities. These consequences can occur for years after the initial traumatic event. So we have students in our classrooms that got resettled years ago. That doesn't mean that the trauma that they might have experienced during the resettlement process won't affect them later on in life. And we often see that with students, and we see that in behavioral problems, we see it in lack of tying connections, building trusting relationship with teachers, adults, and other students in the classroom. Next slide. Because when the brain is not wired for accuracy, it gets wired for survival. That changes how a child's development in the brain happens, and it's kind of like a spider web. And if some of those connections are disrupted in their development, and only one part, like the fear of flight, is the only part of the brain that's working, and that's working really, really hard, some of those parts of the brain that promote learning and enjoyment, and you only have that adrenaline pumping all the time, it damaged the way the child's brain is wired. Next slide. But children are resilient, as we all know. With intervention, the brain can be rewired in positive ways too. Resilience is a foundation for moving forward. And this is where we come in, and this is where all of you come in, where we can really make a difference in these children's and these families' life to have a better tomorrow and future. Next slide. Next slide. All children need support, which we all know, but not all children need the same support. And I think that's so important in the work that we do. How do we as a community difference between equality and equity? And how do we support the children that are coming in with the type of trauma that they're coming in with? Next slide. So the last numbers that we received was that Kent School District have over 6,000 ELL students, which is about 20%. And as an organization, we aim to support school staff by providing the tools needed to connect with these students in a meaningful and a knowledgeable way. But our goal is also to support staff, administrators, and school district in collaboration to make sure that these families and children get rooted in the community by the community. The resettlement process is 90 days. The government gives us 90 days to resettle a family. We all know it takes more than 90 days to get rooted in a community. And this is where it takes a village, where we support the community to invite and learn from these families, while we are also supporting them to get resettled into our community. Next slide. One of our focus in a lot of our programs that we do, we have early learning programs, home visitation programs, and we also work with our after-school program at Mill Creek. We work a lot with trauma-informed care. Trauma-informed curriculum is designed to strengthen the protective factors, which are 5 characteristics of strength to act to mitigate the risk and buffer the effects of trauma. So we're talking about parental resilience, social connection, knowledge of parenting and child development, concrete support in times of need, and social emotional competency of children. Next slide. So I know that was probably like drinking water from a fire hose. That's a lot of information, but questions?
Well, I have a question. I mean, through my work with my church and emergency fund that I've been involved with, we've had a lot of refugees come through there because after 90 days, the rent money is gone. I'm just totally amazed how they expect people that can't speak the language to be up and running in 90. It's beyond me. This is a question you may not be able to answer, but I would like to know. Does the federal government give to areas where they bring in, they have, I think, 8 areas where they bring in refugees. Do they give in those areas extra funds to the school district to meet the needs? I don't know the answer to that, and I'd like to know. Maybe that's beyond you, but I'd like to know.
I actually had a meeting with Sarah Peterson, who is the refugee person for the state of Washington last week. There are funds that are, I don't always know where the funds are going. I can't tell if they're going directly to school districts. But I know that there are grants that supports, and I think Susan might be able to answer a little bit more about that, because we are grant funded in the work that we do with World Relief. But to answer the question, I'm not 100% sure how much the federal government is stepping in to give to the school district, but that is something that we are absolutely advocating for, to make sure that there is more given to the community that are here to support these students as they come into our classrooms.
And I can speak a little to that through our Schools Out Washington grant funding, which is channeled from federal government to state funding agencies. That came, I think, to the board a couple of months ago with some additional funds that we have available to provide additional supports. And what we've started to see is we've been providing really tier 2 kind of supports, after school programs, summer programs, but we're also seeing this need for kind of tier 3 supports. After those supports are gone from the resettlement agencies, sometimes kids and families need some additional support that looks very unique by student or by family, and we were able to add some of that support into this last round of grant funding. And I just spoke to the state today. It looks like that might not be a component of this next round, but they're going to reconsider if we can look at some tier 1 supports, because just as you're saying, 90 days is not enough, and especially, families are trying to navigate, jobs and rent and all of those things. And we want to make sure that the student stays connected to school, the student develops all of their connections they need to, and that we can work with the family in a culturally responsive way to help onboard them to school and their community.
Do you think it's an adequate amount of funding for what we have to deal with? I mean, that's a loaded question.
Well, I will tell you one thing. The funding only allows us to serve students who are refugee status who have been in the country 5 years or less.
Yep.
So, well, that's a large number of students, and that's about 65% of our refugee students. There are a large number of students who have been in the country for, more than 5 years that, as Emily was explaining, that doesn't change overnight. Their experiences, the supports that they need, the long-term, supports that we offer, it doesn't provide those supports.
If there's any testimony ever needed for those things, I'd be more than willing to do that. Thank you. Questions?
Well, I think there's more slides, right?
I have a few more slides on some data. I don't know how much time we have left, but I'm not seeing my.
We have 8 minutes.
Perfect. We'll jump through those, and I will answer as many questions. Emily, anything else before you go? I want to thank you for being here with us and all of the work that you and your team do to support our students and families.
Yeah, no, thank you all for having us, and I am so happy with the support and the guidance from Kent School District that we have gotten. We work with a lot of school districts, and even though you're not supposed to have favorites, I might have, and Kent School District is doing a fantastic job. My email is on the screen, emilyekaufman@wr.org. If you guys ever have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. If you have any ideas on how to improve our work, I'm all ears, because that's what we want to do. We want to support our students and families to be as successful as they can as they come into our communities. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will jump into the next section, which is really some data. Another one of my favorite things is looking at the data and seeing where we are. So really just a big picture overview tonight. The total number of refugee students, 1,043 in the district, 730, as I explained, that's the difference between those that we can serve through the grant funding is 730. So that's about 70% of our refugee students have been in the country for 5 years or less. Looking broadly at the enrollment, again, separating out, we separate that 5 years or less or more than 5 because of that, how that grant funding works. But you can see by country, definitely our largest population of students is from Afghanistan. And those students that have been in the country for 5 years or less, it's 460 out of a total of 564. So really, we have a lot of those families and students who are really relatively new to the country, who really need those additional supports. Next, we see Iraq and then Ukraine. And again, you look at the numbers with our families from Ukraine, and as you would expect, with the influx we've seen this year, 47 who are 5 years or less out of a total of 58. And then the numbers progress, and I didn't put all of the countries on there because those are less than 5 students that we see in those groups. This one I just thought was an interesting way to look at the enrollment trend that we've seen this year because, again, coming into the school year, we knew we were going to be anticipating some families and students coming from Afghanistan, and then as we got into the early spring, late winter, we knew we were going to be seeing some families from Ukraine. So this is really what it looked like. In August, we really did see that big bump of families coming in from Afghanistan, tapered off September, October, November, saw a little bit of a spike in December with families coming in from Afghanistan or students coming into our schools. Again, tapering in February, started to spike up in March, and then as we anticipated and expected, we started to see larger numbers of students coming in from Ukraine. This is beginning of May data, about a week ago data, so it's not the full month, but we anticipate we're going to continue to see those numbers in the coming months, and particularly as we start the school year next year. This one I thought was interesting and helping us think about strategically about where we're putting our programs and services. What the lines show you is if the lines are at the same space, most of those kids have been here 5 years or less. Where there's the gap in those lines, that's the difference between 5 years and students who have been here more than 5 years. So you really see our largest numbers of students who have come in here with 5 years or less in the U.S. are our students K-4. So really making sure we have the services and supports at our elementary schools for those newest students coming in, newest to the country. What does our parent and family engagement look like for families at that age level? Because we know those are our largest numbers of new families. So helping us, really plan our services. Again, we look at the high school numbers 9 through 12. The majority of those students have been here more than 5 years, but we still know that there are some supports that those students and families need, especially in terms of high school and credits and graduation pathways and steps beyond high school, and kids conflicted about, do I work and help support my family or do I continue with my education? And I know our CBOs work really closely with families, particularly during COVID and school closures, to really make sure that families understood the importance of kids staying engaged and not disengaging from school and solely working for the family, and how do we get those students back into school. So there's a lot of work to be done in that area. Enrollment by school, what you see highlighted there is schools where more than 80% of their refugee population has been here for 5 years or less. So Panther Lake has 121 refugee students, with 105 of them who have been in the country for 5 years or less. Mona and her team work closely with the Panther Lake team to provide after-school supports at Panther Lake, but we have a large number of students who need services and supports there. Scenic Hill, River Ridge, our brand new school this year, and we put in Living Well Kent has been helping us with River Ridge. 58 refugee students, and 52 of them have been here 5 years or less. So really looking at what the supports are for our brand new school that we really didn't know coming in was going to need those supports. Daniel, Springbrook, East Hill, as you can see. So a large number of our schools have a lot of newer refugee students. And programs and services, we've really tried to have our community-based organizations and school supports that we have in place really target those schools where we have the highest enrollment of refugee students. So here's a snapshot of what's in place, both after-school programs and summer programs. At the elementary, this is secondary programs. And then additional programs, of course, Kinder with the supports that she provides and the networking she does with our community partners. Our student navigator, that was part of this second round of grant funding for 20 hours a week to really provide that tier 3 intervention support, especially some of our newer students who are coming in, and both our families from Ukraine and many of our families from Afghanistan, because of the large numbers, didn't come in with a resettlement agency or had very little contact. So really, you know, helping make those connections for the families and helping them navigate, you know, where are the community supports and how do they get the extra supports they need. Staff training, World Relief has done a great job with the staff training, and CBOs are engaging families with parent-family engagement activities and events coming up. And we just thank you for the opportunity to be here, and any questions we'd be happy to answer, and look forward to bringing our team back to share specifically what they're doing with students in the district.
Quickly,
Yeah.
just want to give me an example of tier 3 support.
Tier 3 are individual kinds of supports. Maybe we have a student who may have some mental health needs that aren't being met, and maybe the family doesn't, culturally, that's really not something they're very comfortable with talking with the school about or acknowledging with the school. But bringing in someone that can speak their language, that understands their culture, that can meet with them, that can be a partner with the family to help come into the school, find out what's happening, and I can tell you, the people we have here with us are really good about, you know, hey, share my name, let me reach out to them, how can I help? But the tier 3 really means on an individual basis, what kinds of supports can we provide?
Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. I wanted just a personal point of privilege, thanking our community-based partners, not only for being here tonight, for your support throughout the years. And so I want to thank you and turn it back over to President Hamada.
And thank you for your presentation. Again, we really appreciate all of you. I've been in this community and I know the difference that wraparound services can make. And it is 6:01. And the work session is now adjourned for an executive session for approximately 60 minutes. The purpose of the executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of applicants for public employment and to discuss with legal counsel potential litigation and the legal or financial risk of a course of action. We will return at 7 o'clock for our regular meeting. Thank you. I just went, I'm like, what is going on?
Thank you, Nate. Chance to welcome our kids, it's so awesome.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I gave my glasses. Yes,
I
I
brought
did.
mine.
I brought mine.
For a change.
Oh, gosh, I'll tell you, it's getting worse for me. I can't even, used to be able to see my signature. I can't now.
Get well, so, I hate to tell you.
Come on, Leslie, help me.
Nope.
Oh, I gotta get my computer going. Can't see.
Good evening, and welcome to our regular board meeting. It is 7:01, and I'm calling the meeting to order. And first order of business that I want to announce is some housekeeping here. Dr. Jewel Harmon, our Chief Accountability Officer, will be joining us via Zoom. I don't see you up there yet, but you'll probably be here shortly. And we're going to do something just a little differently tonight. We've changed our agenda, and it's called we're going to do a roll call formally. And I'm going to call each board member. We're going to do our agenda just a little bit more formal. And I'm going to start with each board director, and they're going to say present or not present. So, Vice President Bento.
Present.
Director Farah.
Present.
Director Bettinger.
Present.
Director Clark.
Present.
And obviously, I'm here too, so present. I'm now going to ask Vice President Beno to say the pledge, and if you'll join us, please.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, it's really nice to see such nice faces and young faces out there, so welcome. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meeting Act. And we welcome the public's participation in this board meeting and thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those who are viewing our live stream. So just a few processes. I'm going to have to go through this, so bear with me. The purpose of the board meetings for the board is to conduct its business in public during the meeting. The board will listen to but not respond to comments from visitors. Those wishing to comment must complete a comment card and turn it into Naomi Zentella either before the meeting begins or no later than the beginning of the legislative update. No cards will be accepted once this report has begun. Visitors who have completed a comment card indicating a desire to speak to an agenda item will be called at the portion of the agenda. There is a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow for extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom if you are in an overflow room. When it is your turn to address the board, Please state your name at the start of your testimony. Public comment will be heard after the opening during preliminary communication from the audience, at specific agenda items, and during final communication from the audience. Students will be the first to speak on any topic. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. You will hear a timer when your 3 minutes are up. Please do not use specific names of staff or students or personal identifiable information. Abusive public comments personally directed towards staff or board members will not be tolerated. The president may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when it is too lengthy, obscene, or irrelevant. Per board procedure, written material to provide board members with background information should be submitted to the superintendent's office at least 1 week in advance of the meeting. Now I'd like to invite Director Farah to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, President Hamada. We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
All right, we're on to agenda review, and I'm going to ask Interim Superintendent Velo if there are any changes to the agenda.
Yeah, thank you, President Hamada. A supplemental personnel report has been added to the consent agenda as item 8.06.
Okay.
I move approval of the agenda with the addition of 806.
I second.
Discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approval of the agenda with the addition of 8.06 signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All right, we're on to the preliminary communication from the audience. In-person public comments will be made up to 30 minutes. And let's see what we got. Oh, okay. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, this is Benjamin Colvin, is that correct? All right, approach the podium, please. And did you have a topic, sir?
Communication.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me okay? Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you, honorable school board members, for, I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. My name's BJ Colvin. I moved to Kent 9 months ago, and I have a daughter who is about to enter kindergarten. I'm going to share a little bit of background on me because I think it's really important to understand. I worked for Walla Walla Public School District for 11 years, really no education. I was actually the Public School Employees of Washington's state treasurer for 3 years and a board member for 4 years. Education really runs in my blood, and so I say this, I'm trying to share this because I think it's really important. And I understand the firsthand stresses of schools because of that. You know, since I quit schools, I've lost 50 pounds. So, you know, totally understand. But, so my daughter is entering kindergarten, and I've spent probably the last 2 months trying to find out information about what to expect in kindergarten, or any information really at all. And I don't want to go through like all the details of everything that I went through, but as somebody who understands how education done, it's really concerning to me as a parent who's trying to have their daughter enter kindergarten that there's no really public information really available. For example, the only thing about a kindergarten orientation dates back to the 2021 school year on the webpage. Mm-hmm. And there's other communication things that are done on, and so I just feel like fundamentally that there's a concern around communication. And so I share this with the board because the board sets really the kind of organizational culture from the top, and it really sets the strategic plan for the organization. I really understand that on a deep level, and I think there needs to be an emphasis because as somebody who, I looked at the enrollment numbers for kindergarten, and I've seen that downward trend. And I've seen what I've seen is I've tried to get information as such a big red flag that I've actually thought about moving my family into a different school district and not enrolling here. And so I've had some really I know you said not to talk about specific staff, so I won't, but I've had some wonderful interaction when I get people on the phone. I actually talked with somebody at the superintendent's office today, and it was wonderful and pleasant, right? And that part is great. It's just, as a parent, I shouldn't have to go through the level of calling the superintendent's office to find out fundamental things about what to expect in kindergarten. And, you know, the answer tends to be like, well, have you done this, that, and the other thing? And it's like, at a certain point, that information should just be available. So that's what I wanted to share with the board, because I just found it really concerning, and I care about education a lot. So thank you for your time, and have a wonderful evening.
All right, I think we only have one other online comment, is that correct?
Yes, thank you, President Hamada. Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Vela. This evening, we have one online comment submitted. This is from Ian Knox. I've recently seen the proposed calendar for 22-23 and do not like the early start to the school year and would prefer to mirror the Tahoma School District. This is very disruptive to working parents having to find childcare in the winter. Please reconsider. That is all I have for comments.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santel. We're on to 3.0, and that's the interim superintendent report. And I'd like to call on our interim superintendent, Mr. Vela.
Thank you, President Hamada. As we finish this school year strong, the pinnacle events of this school year are coming soon. This is the graduation season, of course. It is what we work towards from the time our students enter kindergarten and includes successes of our graduates. Recently, I received information about a 2017 Kent Meridian graduate who was included in this year's Husky 100 cohort. The University of Washington names the Husky 100 for their vision of no boundaries, commitment to inclusive community, capacity for leadership, and preparation for the future. Mariam Aldarahi graduates in June with a degree in biomedical sciences from the University of Washington, Tacoma. Her next steps include pursuing the medical college admissions test with the goal of becoming a surgeon. She credits her decision to become a surgeon to her Kent Meridian High School counselor, James Frame. Mr. Frame is a counselor at KM and encourages and guides students every day as they pursue their academic goals and career dreams. I tell you this today to reiterate that what is happening in the Kent School District every day matters. Our graduates are being prepared to move into their next phase of life and accomplish their goals and dreams. We are instructing students and providing options for their futures. We help them shape their goals and dreams. A shout out to Kent Meridian Counselor, Mr. James Frame. Starting strong. This week, our middle and high school college and career specialists celebrated with over 100 KSD students participating in College Signing Day at Green River College. These students completed the College in the High Schools series that Green River hosted on-site at the high schools, which helps students with signing up for college by walking them through the application and placement process. The students who participated in the signing day also toured the campus and registered for fall classes. I express sincere gratitude to our amazing college and career specialists and our partners at Green River College for working with our high schools to provide this opportunity for our students. This is another prime example of collaboration with our local higher education partners to meet students where they are at their local school, to remove the barrier of the unknown and sometimes forbidding application process, to truly help students in completing their college application. Then follow it up by providing transportation to Green River and a tour of the campus. This is an example of how we are doing things differently to provide support for our students and families. Partnerships such as these directly align with our mission in successfully preparing all students for their future. Staying strong. Yesterday, I ate lunch with the Covington Elementary Lunch Bunch. Covington Elementary Assistant Principal Jonathan Chestang saw an opportunity for students who show the ability to lead others and form the lunch bunch to teach additional leadership skills such as understanding, patience, and perseverance. I was privileged to eat lunch with these students and hear about the things that are important to them. We are staying strong in our communities and our commitment to listen to student voice as we move forward to achieve our priority initiatives. I want to highlight the staff and students who participate in high school theater productions, and especially Mr. Jay Thornton of Kent Meridian High School. Mr. Thornton recently received a personal note from an award-winning playwright, composer, lyricist, and actor, Lin-Manuel Miranda. If you have heard of the productions Hamilton, In the Heights, or Disney's Encanto, then you may know they are written in large part by Lin-Manuel Miranda. Mr. Manuel Miranda congratulated Mr. Thornton and the KM Drama Club on their brilliant work in writing and producing their musical, Unstable Connection. Mr. Thornton and Kent Meridian students wrote this original musical production about a handful of high school students navigating the difficulties of remote learning and social isolation during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was first produced as a film last year, and this spring, students brought the story to life for the first time on stage. Congratulations, Mr. Thornton, and the students who wrote about their experiences in persevering through remote learning and social isolation. In furthering our commitment to staying strong, we held a joint meeting with the Covington City Council and Mayor Jeff Wagner, where we provided district updates, including school operations and academic support, along with strategic initiatives and operations. Yesterday, I met with Kent Mayor Dana Ralph to discuss priority initiatives, school safety, continued COVID planning, and boundary changes. These meetings further cement our partnership with our local city government as we deepen our relationships to provide support to the students and families of our KSD community. Tonight, you will see many proposed renewals of professional services contracts with community-based organizations like the Iraqi Community Center, St. Vincent de Paul, and YMCA. For our students to stay strong in the midst of these extraordinary times, it is important for us to continue our collaboration with organizations that support the whole child and the family. It is one of my priorities to continue building these partnerships with local government officials because we are in this work together. As the adage goes, it takes a village to raise a child, which means we must work together to provide a safe and healthy environment for our children to grow and succeed. To that end, I want to express my heartfelt condolences to the families, students, and staff. Impacted by the recent tragedies across our nation. And in the coming days, as the news unfolds and individual families struggle to make sense of these disturbing events, know that there are resources available to access for support. And please continue to hold the families affected by these horrific incidents in your hearts. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent Villa. We're on to 4.0. And if anybody else has comment cards, this is your last chance to get them in. So going, gone at this point. All righty. We're now going to have and call on our legislative representative, Director Farrell, for his legislative update.
Thank you, President Hamada. As I mentioned in my last legislative reports, in this report it will be short. because session ended back in March, and we're in the strategic period to make sure that we're ready for next year and figure out what are our priorities. And I'm looking forward to our meeting on June 1st, and we can discuss this district priority and to make sure that we are asking our legislators to make sure that, for example, bonds to be simple majority passed. That's not something that us alone are dealing with, but 295 other school districts are also in that same boat. Like, for example, we pass levies with simple majority. Why not pass bonds with simple majority instead of that 60% threshold? Looking forward to make sure that that handbook comes out of WASDA to let us know the 239 permanent positions that WASDA has, and that we can then figure out where we can partner with other districts and what is on our priority, so that we go in next year very strong and know what it is that we want from the legislators to pass on for our behalf. Very important dates that are coming up. It's the General Assembly, which I'm really looking forward, but in between May and June, we want to make sure that we define our priorities so that we can let WASDA know and be able to make sure that we communicate in that sense. And like I said, there are legislators who are back for re-election, and some of them are candidates, so this is a good opportunity for us to engage and make sure that we communicate our priorities. And that's what I wanted to report back to the board. That concludes my report. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Farah. And we're on to 5.0, presentation. And this is going to be the fun part because we have students here, and that's what we're always here for, but it's exciting to see them in person. And I'm going to call on Interim Superintendent for some introductions.
Yes, thank you. I'm excited as well, President Hamad. I'd like to bring up, let's see, I think Mr. Heath is going to come up and introduce our team that will be presenting today, and excited to hear from our students. Mr. Heath.
All right, good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Vela, Ms. Antello. When I saw this presentation, of course, I got super excited as a former student leadership advisor at the middle school level and someone who's still involved in a statewide student leadership program. I always like to hear about the great work our student leaders are doing in the schools. So I am going to introduce our Executive Director of Learning and Improvement in the strand that falls under Park Orchard, Patty Drobny, to talk and introduce a video first, and then introduce our school-based team.
I share your enthusiasm because I could not wait to get up here. Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Zantella. I feel like I just saw you like an hour ago. Park Orchard Elementary operates as a true community in which every student is valued for who they are and what they contribute to the school. Student engagement is expected in all settings, and student voice is encouraged and appreciated. Tonight, it's my pleasure to welcome three incredible student leaders who will be sharing some of the work they've done as members of the Park Orchard Student Leadership Team, and with Ms. Jocelyn Nguyen. Principal Patrick O'Connor, who is unable to be here tonight, and Assistant Principal Bridget Schrodel have collaborated with Ms. Nguyen to ensure students have an opportunity to learn and develop leadership skills that they'll take with them on their educational journeys. As Mr. Heath said, tonight you'll view a video about the students, and then you'll get the pleasure to meet them in person.
It's National Student Leadership Week. Leadership to me means to just lift others up and to let them feel welcome, comfortable, and just to hope that they have a great time.
I know that leadership means to me that not only leading a group, but being a part of it as well, and it means connecting with them.
To me, leadership means either setting a good example or making other people feel included.
Being a good example for little kids so that they can have a good future too.
Because sometimes other people are gonna look up to you and you don't know it. So I feel like it'd be better if you just like set kind of like a good example for everyone else.
I think the best part of being a student leader is being able to be involved in your school more.
It's also seeing their reaction to certain things that you do for the school.
Not only are you experiencing, but you're helping others experience too. People don't really know the difference between being a leader and being a boss. A boss is when you tell people to do stuff, but a leader is helping others.
I want to make the school to be a happy place. I want them to feel like they're not insecure.
There's a lot of cases, especially around here, where you can see people struggling with something you may find easier to do, which if they're struggling like that and you find it easy, just help them out.
What I want it to be is when people don't get too hard on themselves during school and they find it as a safe and fun place to have fun and learn.
As a student leader, I would love to, continue to help create more of a bonded student body, feeling like they belong, more inclusive.
I want my student legacy to be as someone who spoke their mind and spoke the truth of what I believe and really stood for it.
What I want people to know about leadership is that great things never come from comfort zones. So gently helping people out of them and also teaching them how to lead is what I like most about leadership.
And with that, please welcome Ms. Nguyen, Student Leadership Team Advisor at Park Orchard.
Hello all, I am Jocelyn Nguyen, also known as Mrs. Nguyen to all of the students. It has been my joy and honor to be the Student Leadership Advisor at Park Orchard Elementary School. Throughout the year, our student leaders have worked hard to meet frequently to learn about what it means to be a leader and then act that out in the school setting. And what I want you all to know about the leaders who are coming up to share this evening is that they're not just going to be sharing words on a screen, but these are lived out values that they show in the classroom, in the hallways, and in the playground every single day. This is a PowerPoint presentation that the student leaders themselves worked to create, and they are excited and enthusiastic to share and present it with you all this evening. They'll be sharing about why leadership matters.
Hi, I'm Nardos, and you must be wondering, what is leadership? Leadership is taking responsibility and being respectful and helping out others. Following the 4 B's, kindness in action, being responsible and helping out, following up to your responsibilities. Why is leadership important? It helps you grow and know what you need to do, and you learn skills. It teaches you to be a leader and not a follower, and it also helps you be the best that you can be. What does student leadership look look like at Park Orchard? Being respectful to everybody, including students and staff, being kind and helpful to other people, being responsible, being a learner in your classroom, showing younger students how to be pandas and how to be great leaders as they grow. What does leadership look like to you? Wait. What does a Park Orchard student leadership team do? Important bi-weekly meetings, helping the principal out, creating posters for the school, school-wide assemblies, creating the theme and recording the awards, announcements, special events, decorating cookies, helping younger students. Helping with what does leadership, as a leadership person, as a leader, what I do every day is helping with the breakfast carts and taking it to the lunchroom. Doing school-wide announcements. Being a friend for first graders, but not only first graders, every kid in the school. We want the board to know that student leadership matters and students want field trips and field days. Thank you.
So beautiful.
May I ask what the 4 Bs are?
And we want to make sure we get some pictures as well. if we
Yeah.
can.
Mhm.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
The 4 Bs are be safe, be respectful, be responsible, and be a learner.
Wow, love it.
All right, Smile, thank you so much for coming. Perfect, thank you so
They're almost taller than me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, what I noticed from the audience and everybody over here and up here, when kids come in, we all smile, don't we?
Yes.
That's what we're here for. And
Yes.
we need to have more of them because that's what we're all about here. So, and they do help to make us all in a good mood. All right, we're on to 6 point, Board of Director discussion and approval. And first off is 6.01. And it's the professional services contract for 22-23 St. Vincent de Paul and Kent School District. I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve 6.01 professional services contract for 2022-2023 St. Vincent de Paul and Kent School District.
Second.
Discussion.
I just have a thought. I support Esser Rundu and the work that they do, and I appreciate everything they do. I mean, I have a problem, though, when we look at contracts with service providers, and I had someone call me, and they were concerned about doing contracts with organizations that might be homophobic. And so I was like, oh, I don't know anything about St. Vincent de Paul. So I did some Googling and found some interesting things. And so I think in the future, I'm not going to vote this down or anything, but I think that as we are equity focused and we think about who we do contracts with and what we sign contracts for, thinking about those things. While I appreciate everything Central Rundu does, I'm just kind of curious about St. Vincent de Paul. Again, I don't have enough information. Someone just called me and asked me about that, and I don't have enough information, but something to think about as we ponder equity and making sure that if we're going to be an equitable organization, that we're equitable across the board. And so, and I do love the work that Central Undo does, and we need to support them and the work that they do in student engagement. So yay them, but parent organization, I don't feel like I'm a fan of. So just something to think about for the future.
I'm going to ask the superintendent to address the specific services of this group.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been supporting specifically Mill Creek students, our EL students. They not only provide support for some of their work they're doing in the school, but they also provide some of the social-emotional support. You saw many of our providers here today, so they're about the whole child. Specifically, I mentioned the homework and some of the other pieces they do, but social-emotional learning is one of the pieces that they provide and support.
And if I can, items 601 to 606 are all looking at outside providers providing that type of support, but for specific groups. And some of them are, for argument's sake, much more expensive. Like if you go to Kent Youth and Family Services, they're all over the district. So quite obviously, the level of service they're providing increases that.
Yeah, thank you, Director Clark. The other thing I will add is that our community-based partners also support other parts of the community, not just the schools. And so we have to not only work with the whole child, we work with the whole family.
Further discussion? No, and I just think I'd add, because I've been involved with a lot of these organizations through other things I've done. They all provide, I mean, just in general, they provide wraparound services that this community needs. And we can't do it all during during the school day, whatever those hours are. They need assistance beyond that. And this is a vital part of our work. And I think it's great that a long time ago, schools were kind of closed and you couldn't come in and partner with them very easily. And I think it's a good thing that we're opening up our schools, not only a lot of times for space, but also to partner with them to help everybody do better. So just in general, all of these organizations, I'm very familiar with them. They do great work. And
I agree with all that. I just want us to just keep that in mind in the future for, like, we can't handpick equity. So if we're going to be equitable organizations, just thinking about that. But I agree. They do amazing work, and I appreciate all that they do.
No, and Director Beno, or Vice President Beno, you have a point. I understand that. I totally understand that. Thank you for sharing that. Further discussion? I'll call for the vote on 6.01. It has been moved and seconded for professional services contract for 2022 to 2023, St. Vincent de Paul and the Kent School District. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.02, professional services contract for 2022-2023, Community Network Council and Kent School District. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval of professional services contract for 2022-23 Community Network Council and the Kent School District.
Second.
Discussion.
And this one, again, I'm going to go back to Superintendent Vela. Since this is tied to our multi-tiered systems of support model, would you explain the role these people play?
Yeah, I think I'll call on to Mr. Heath to give you more specifics, but I can share that Community Network Council has been working specifically with one of our schools, Neely O'Brien, and providing a number of not only professional development for staff, but also working with our Black and Brown students who need some additional supports and guidance, and so they've done a great job over the years. So, but Mr. Heath can share a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to give a lot of props to our interim director of Student and Family Support Services, Sherry Simpson, who has taken on a lot of the work this year in getting these contracts ready for the board, and much earlier than we have had them in the past, so that we were able to stabilize some funding, make sure we had it, and so we were able to do this earlier before we left for the summer, and we're very pleased about that. We put out an RFP earlier this year for mental health and mentoring services, and we opened that up, and a number of people applied. We did not limit it to choosing one organization purposely. We opened it up because knowing the different needs based on the assessments that we've done around our multi-tiered systems of support, we knew that high schools, middle schools, elementaries had different needs. Not all of our high schools had the same needs. Some had different demographics they were serving, or there were groups of students that would benefit more from one organization over another. And so by opening up these RFP and having the community-based organizations put this in, we were able to kind of match the services that were provided to best fit the needs of the students at the schools. And that's where you'll see that each of the narratives kind of talk about the services, although several of them do mentoring, they may be at different schools based on, where the organization focuses or what the demographics of that school might be. So it was very purposeful in the way that the schools were chosen and the organizations that were chosen.
And CNC presented to us about a year ago, I think, so.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see this on here.
Well, and this is the past. A few months ago, I sat in on Neely O'Brien academic coaching that Mr. Meltate, a lot of you know, had worked for the school district for a long time. He was doing some book reviews and talking to them, part of the CNC. I've known Barbara Phillips for many, many years. It took a long time to get that organization off the ground. I sat in many meetings with them, and they've grown a lot, and they're doing great work. So I'm very much in supporting of this contract and the people running that. So any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote on 6.02, Professional Services Contract for 2022-2023, Community Network Council and Kent School District. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.03, Professional Services Contract for 2022-2023, Iraq Community Center of Washington and Kent School District. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve professional services contract for 2022-2023 Iraqi Community Center of Washington and Kent School District.
I second.
Discussion.
Yeah, we just saw Iraqi Community Center executive director today, so it really is good to see these CBOs that cover the things that school districts cannot cover, which is culturally appropriate approach to these families.
Further discussion. I'll call for the vote on 6.03, Professional Services Contract for 2022-2023, Iraqi Community Center of Washington and Kent School District. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.04, Professional Services Contract for 2022-2023, Kent Youth and Family Services and Kent School District. I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve 6.04, Professional Services Contract for 2022-2023, Kent Youth and Family Services and Kent School District.
Second.
Discussion.
This partnership with this group has gone on since forever.
Mm-hmm.
I can assure you that it is well over 40 years, I think.
Yeah, Mike Hines retired from that.
And they're still going strong. Yeah.
Take just another point of privilege. It was actually started by Kent School District parents over 50 years ago.
Wow.
They were around this is a Mike Heinich story, he can tell much better than I, but having been a board member for more than 12 years, the supports that we're talking about today, the social emotional learning and some other pieces, parents got together, there were no services for students who needed counseling for drug, alcohol, addictions, or even support for parents. And so these parents got together around a kitchen table and started this nonprofit, and we see what we have today. So I had to give that historical walk to our board because, yes, you're right, Director Clark, they've been around a long time, and they continue to provide services for our students and families.
And am I correct, Interim Superintendent, that Mayor, the former mayor of Covington, Margaret Hartol, was around that table? Was she not one of the originals?
I believe so.
I think she had a big part in that, so she's a wonderful lady, done a lot of things for kids. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote on 6.04, professional services contract for 2022-2023, Kent Youth and Family Services and Kent School District. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.05, professional services contract for 2022-2023, Valley Cities Counseling and Consultation and Kent School District. I'll entertain a motion.
I move 6.05 professional services contract for 2022-23 Valley Cities Counseling and Consultation and Kent School District.
Second.
Discussion.
I think it's important that we have full-time mental health professionals as a way for students to have access to mental health care if they can't get it at home or elsewhere. I'm glad that we're partnering, but we could partner with outside organizations that will provide those services.
Yeah, I echo the same because we found out that the pandemic has shown us that how much our community has been dealing with mental health. So I'm glad we're partnering with, especially Valley City.
Yes.
And I was on, we did some online training with this too during the pandemic, and I sat on several of those sessions, and it was just kind of an introductory, but then if you wanted further help with whatever the subject was, drug and alcohol, or all the different orientations and learning about sexual orientations, and they had some great, I sat on about 5 of them, they were really good, and they could do it on the internet too during a pandemic, so I don't know if they're planning this in this contract, but they did good work. So, any further discussion? I'll call for the vote on 6.05, professional services contract for 2022-2023 Valley Cities Counseling and Consultation and Kent School District. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.06, professional services contract for 2022-2023 YMCA of Greater Seattle and Kent School District. I'll entertain a motion.
I move approval 606, professional services contract for 2022-23 YMCA of Greater Seattle and the Kent School District.
I second.
Discussion?
Randy, can you address the uniqueness of this particular one?
Yes, this organization is uniquely situated in this area around their engagement of students that may be gang impacted. Either they themselves, close family members that are gang impacted, or maybe just starting to, seek out that lifestyle. And so this really is around students who have faced discipline or are in danger of facing discipline for those reasons. Mm-hmm. So, and they have the individuals that they hire and are the case managers are specifically hired into those positions around this type of support.
Have we had this contract with them before?
This is a new one. We've worked with the YMCA before in terms of they've had other grant money and such, but this is the first time that we've been paying for those services. Yeah.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 6.06, professional services contract for 2022-2023 YMCA of Greater Seattle and Kent School District. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.07, Professional services, we're contracting with everybody, aren't we?
Yeah.
Professional
Yes.
Professional
Why
service
not?
contract for 2022, 2023, Communities and Schools of Kent and Kent School District. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we, I'm sorry, I waited just like 6.07 professional services contract for 2022-2023 Community and Schools of Kent and Kent School District.
I second.
Discussion.
Again, this has been a long-term contract, but I would like someone to actually speak to how this one operates, because it does call for volunteer participation and making our schools more successful.
Yeah, absolutely. So the cornerstone of communities and schools is their case management, and that is their employees that they have at the school that really have a caseload. It helps connect students to resources, but a unique aspect is they also recruit volunteers. And just to call out to any adult that is either in the house or listening online, they always are recruiting for positive adult mentors in our community to really build some of those mentorships with students who that is a support that they need.
What levels?
This is for middle and high, and then we do have some elementary as well. So they actually operate at all of our levels.
So would it be very common for someone to basically want to support their local middle school? They would volunteer for that school and then be assigned a prospect, is that correct?
Absolutely, and they'd receive training before they did that, and yes, and we hope that they would like, middle school scares some people. I don't know why. I think they're wonderful, but that is one area sometimes that they're a little hesitant to do.
Well, and I have been a mentor in the community of schools for 6 years. I haven't done it being a board director because I have enough to do, and it's a wonderful experience. I am still connected with a lot of my Facebook kids. I check in on them. One of my former students graduated from the University of Washington, was one of the big highlights. And she's just had her second child, unbelievably, and doing well. But more so than the student gets a lot, but the person gets a lot out of it too, because you're sharing with that child and learning about their experiences, and they really, once you connect with that relationship, it gives back to you. Totally, and they do need a lot of volunteers, and it would be good to have a lot of diversity in those volunteers.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, so.
Yep.
And just for clarity, it says up to $805,000 for the 21-22 school year, but that really means 22-23 school year, right? On the narrative. It's on the narrative.
Oh, okay.
And it says it's an increase from the 2021-2022 school year.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that we're not paying 805 this year, but it's for next year. That's a typo.
Yeah, I think it says right there, 2022, 2023, but yeah, it's just a typo.
Yeah. Yes. That is for the 22-23 school year. Sorry.
Yes, okay. I just wanted to, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to clarify.
The other piece I want to share with the board, that if you've noticed with many of these, there are a variety of funding sources. And so one of the things that community-based partners have a difficult time is when grants run out, like Best Starts for Kids or others. They've been partnering with us, and in this particular one, I believe, or what's the last one, then we utilize or leverage dollars like LAP funding or Esser to be able to keep the consistency of the case manager within that school, for example. And so you'll see that throughout these. That's why that partnership and collaboration is important, to keep that consistency going.
And I love to see that the high school coordinators are moving to full-time positions, because I'm sure it's very well needed. Although I did have a question in the narrative that talking about they're no longer supporting grants for half the elementary position. Can you tell me more about that, what that means? It says the other half is going to be supported through Esser.
Right. For the last couple of years, they actually had received a national grant that was kind of a matching grant. District puts in half, the national organization puts in half. And so that was just, once again, an example of grant funding that runs out. And so we talked to the principals that were there. They wanted it still in a full-time capacity, and so we braided together a whole bunch of different types of funding and put together the services that kids need.
And those are things that we're providing, or they asked for grants from the Esser funding for that?
It is use of Esser funds that they didn't necessarily, I don't think they filled out a mini grant for it. It was just a decision on at the district level that we wanted to use Esser funds for that.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote on 6.07, professional services contract for 2022-2023 Communities and Schools of Kent and Kent School District. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.08. Oh, here we go, something different.
I'll say it for you.
Kent School District Transportation Services, purchase of Thomas-built school buses. And we're talking about that today. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move approval of 608 Kent School District Transportation Services purchase of Thomas-built school buses.
Second.
Discussion.
And we're getting a good deal, but of course it's because we have been buying from Thomas for some time. So this is a chance to actually get some replacement vehicles, and it works very well cost-wise.
Right, and this is just part of the, just as I understand it, because I see you sitting there. This is, last time this came up, about this time, this is just a regular cycle of purchasing and replacing buses, correct?
That's a question.
Yeah, well, for the board, what we did is we provided the spreadsheet for you to take a look, and yes, it is, because there's a cycle, and you can see
Yes.
each one of the buses that have a life and the depreciation and all of those pieces, so, yeah.
But it's not an electric bus. I was disappointed. But
You should see the price for the electric. Now we'll change your mind.
Clean energy.
I know, and it costs, and that's the thing that until we get to that level where we can pay for that, it's going to be really tough.
Well, according to my conversation this morning, the electric buses and the batteries on them are not lasting as long as we thought, and there's a lot of maintenance on them, so it's great to have clean energy, but there might be, some tweaks and stuff in that too that you might want to look into, just for your information. I learned a lot
Price
today.
shock when you see the first price, and you're looking at it going, holy cow, for one bus we're paying what, I don't know, maybe
We
so
have
the amount
two.
that we can get for 3. So.
I'm always going to advocate for the electric buses. I was disappointed this was not it, but we need buses, so that's exciting.
Just saying.
Yes, this is.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 6.08, Kent School District Transportation Services, purchase of Thomas-built school buses. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.09, Kentwood High School PAC remodel change, order number 2. I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve 6.09, Kentwood High School PAC remodel change, order number 2.
I second.
Discussion.
PAC refers to Performing Arts Center.
I don't have a question about this, but I thought we were going to have an update about Kent Ridge PAC, but that might be a different conversation. I thought that was on here, but maybe I was wrong. That could be later, but I thought that was what this one was going to be, but that's a different conversation. Okay.
Well, and I went to the play, Mamma Mia, on Saturday at 2 o'clock, and I was blown away when we had steam coming off from the stage and confetti and stuff like in a regular theater, and not only were the kids just very, very talented, I thought we had a pretty nice facility for a high school, so, and this is probably in addition to what they already have.
It really is nice, yeah.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, no, it looks beautiful in there.
It does. I know because my kids went there, and I've been to that place many times.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Comfortable seats, too.
Those were there before.
Yes.
I think the old PAC manager saved and scrimped for budget for those, right?
They were nice. Okay, I'll call for a vote on 6.09, Kentwood High School PAC remodel change order number 2. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.10, Meridian Elementary Multipurpose Room, change order number 4. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 6.10 Meridian Elementary Multipurpose Room, change order number 4.
I second.
Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 6.10, Meridian Elementary Multipurpose Room, change order number 4. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.11, Springbrook Elementary Multipurpose Room, change order number 3. I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve 6.11 Springbrook Elementary Multipurpose Room change order number 3.
I second.
Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on 6.11 Springbrook Elementary Multipurpose Room change order number 3, excuse me. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.12, Central Storage and Athletic Office 2006 Bond Proposed Added Project. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approvals of 611 Central Storage and Athletic Office 2006 Bond Proposed Added Project.
I second.
Discussion?
I have some questions. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, I was going to ask the question. It's an add to an older bond. Would someone explain that?
Yes, I would like to invite Mr. Dave Buzzard, who is our Executive Director of Facilities and Operations, that could answer that.
President Amata, members of the board, Superintendent Villa and Zantello. Yes, this building, this is the old KM pool building. So the district had the KM pool building for quite some time, then the YMCA took it over. The YMCA then built the new YMCA pool. We took the building back, put it into a project before this one, which was to convert it to warehouse, which is much needed warehouse. So now we want to take the residual funds of the 2006 bond that we have left over. All the projects in the 2006 bond are complete. So we have residual dollars there. You can't take those and put those into another bond measure. So you have to expend them by adding a project or designing something for a future use. We have to be able to dissolve those dollars into a project, and that's why we're coming to the board with this project that many of us have collaborated in the district with athletics, storage, warehouse, maintenance facilities, and also capital planning. We thought that this would be a very wise in really investing into what we need to do in the district with storage and our athletic program.
I'm going to go back to the Kent Ridge space. What bond is that from?
That's from the 2016 bond.
Okay, because, yeah.
And just a reminder of with the change in the artificial turf and the heavier usage of the fields there at KM, this remodel, among other things, will create visitor locker rooms for men and women, which is critical.
Yes, Director Clark, you're absolutely right. This building, think about the pool that was there. I got to see it when there was water in it. Now I get to see it with a concrete slab. We're getting ready to put racking in there. It's got beautiful LED lighting in it. It's going to have provisions for our storage and our warehouse distribution to be able to utilize it. Our facilities team will be able to use that as well as maintenance to store some items in there. And there's going to be an open space. They will have floor space, minimal, but open space in case we need to do something undercover with lights and with a certain program. So with that being said, you know, the athletic team, and again, phase 3 again would be to take this into the step further, which would be turn the old pool offices into the central athletic offices, which I get emails and calls from Director Smith a lot, saying that he has to come from his office here and go down to French Field, so where a lot of the athletic programs take place on French Field. So again, it's a 3-part thing. We're going to be able to get storage out of it, we're going to get the athletic office out of it, and then we're also going to be able to just put doors from the outside to the inside so that our visiting teams that have baseball and softball don't have to go all the way down into French Field to use, or even into the gym at KM to use the locker rooms or bathrooms.
So where do our home athletes change? Do they go inside the gym at KM?
That is a great question. I do not know that, but I can get someone who knows that. If it's a football, I believe that they use French Field.
Okay, so our athletes use French Field.
Correct.
And so the visiting team using French Field has always used French Field too, right?
Yeah, but I'm gonna. How about can I?
I'm
Can I
confused.
call? Yeah, can I phone a friend?
Can I call a friend?
Yeah, phone a friend. I'm confused.
Yeah, I'd like to have Dr. Behringer come up, since he was.
He's been there for.
Since he used to be the principal.
And I apologize. I am not part of the sports
Okay.
program at KM, but I know someone who was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Behringer.
President Amata, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Antello. So the locker rooms that will be in place in the old pool, new pool storage area will be able to support the visiting teams for baseball, fast pitch, tennis, things like that on the upper field.
Okay.
So when we do soccer and football on French Field, there are home and visitor locker rooms down there.
Okay.
So, yep. And then
Okay.
if KM or another Kent School District team is playing baseball against a non-KM team, because we have since it's a synthetic turf up there at the baseball and fast pitch, there are a lot of teams like Kent will come over there and play Tahoma. They use the KM locker room
In the gym.
in the gym.
Okay.
And then the visiting teams would use the locker rooms at the pool.
Okay. It all makes sense now.
Yep.
So the visiting teams for baseball and soccer the visiting teams haven't had locker room space. They're out in the cold. They have to change on the bus.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, they play the soccer field on the French field, so there are locker rooms. But what he's talking about is
He's talking about baseball.
baseball and tennis.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, yes. So they won't have to change on the bus anymore.
Right.
We're being nice.
My comment or question, I was gonna ask why we had locker rooms, so that makes sense. But my other question is gonna be, if this is a new construction and thinking about equity and policy, why there isn't gender-neutral bathrooms or gender-neutral changing areas in the floor plans that I see?
So there is not one. It doesn't mean that we cannot create one. Also, if you look at that plan, there are restrooms, 2 restrooms that will be within the athletic office, which I'm sure we could use for gender neutral or bathrooms at any point in time.
Thank you.
I have a total different question. This is from 2006. Is that correct?
That isn't correct.
Why would you have new bonds after that if you haven't closed out those funds? I don't understand that.
So I will try to explain it to you the best I can with the 5 years of being with the district and in K-12. I will give you my best shot.
And if it's too complex,
No, I don't think so.
you can tell me later.
So when school districts get bonds, there's a limited time there's not a limited time. There's a time, in fact, that you say, okay, in the next 10 years, we want to complete all these projects.
Right.
Sometimes you'll get into an instance where we finished these projects, but we left them open, especially the ones that were completed just recently last year, safety and security, putting fences around the district, new ID badges in the admin campus. There were a lot of projects that we were just keeping those dollars there as we needed them and not closing the project out to do what we needed to do here with this added project, if that makes sense. So you can keep those bond dollars there for any project that you want. We decided that to dissolve this bond and use the residual dollars for this project, so we can get rid of this bond. But there are other districts that have bonds that are out there for 10 or 12 years or more, just with a little bit of money left in them.
I mean, this is 16 years, right?
That is correct.
But we are, I mean, I just can't understand how you can get a new bond. Whatever. All right.
I have one last question, I guess. So is this only gonna be, is the locker room, bathroom, scenario only gonna be open to the athletic office and the teams, or there's gonna be open for KM staff and students to use during the day, since it's close by? Like, what's the thoughts on that?
I'm not too sure what the operational level will be with that one, but I'm sure if it's bathrooms that can be used, I don't know why we wouldn't open them.
Okay.
So that brings up a really good point. So I know there's a bunch of portables, so would that office be way closer to those portables for those teachers to be able to use those restrooms instead of having to walk a mile? Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, so,
Is that a conversation we need to have or make, or is that just gonna be, it's done, or what?
Well, that's something that I can make sure that from an operational side, those are all make sense. And I'll make sure that that is done. I also add that, remember, throughout the day, we also have physical education
Right.
classes taking place. So there's tennis. We use the baseball field. We use the softball field during the day. So it will give us a ton of options to be able to do these things and more, particularly with other community use of them, because we have that also as part of it.
I have heard from teachers at KM that work in the portables that they
Absolutely.
don't have access to a restroom.
That is correct. And the one other operational piece is you have to remember, if we open those locker rooms up during the day, we need to make sure that we monitor those locker rooms. Because those locker rooms will not be in a building. There's going to be 3 or 4 people in the office, and those will be accessed from the outside. So if I were a principal there, I'd want to know a really good, I would want operationally to know how that's going to work.
So teachers have badges, and there's restrooms in buildings where teachers use badges, right?
And they will be badged on the outside, yes.
Yeah, so if we're gonna do this, I wanna make sure too that those teachers do have access to these. And I'm with
Teachers,
you.
yes. Students, that's a different story.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to add is that recall from previous phase 1, this was going to be a gravel parking lot.
Right.
Yep.
And we've also shared in phase 2 that we've needed storage for equipment that's very expensive, and we've had to drive it from this central office all the way to KM, and the time that it takes to do that has, cuts into the work that they can be doing. And so we're doing a great thing, utilizing the dollars that we're using in order to provide the needs that we have that weren't there 12 or 16 years ago with the storage needs. And I know Vice President Beno, I believe, it's been a while, you and I got a chance to walk that, and we kind of were dreaming at that time of what that would look like, but I'm excited to see where we are today.
And there's no possibility of using this for more classroom space, because I know KM is really hurting for space, right? You can't put classrooms or offices in there. I mean, that's after the fact here, but I was just curious.
I would like to be able to circle back to that once we have a capacity study conversation.
Circle back on my thoughts, or circle
Back on what you say about added classrooms at KM.
Okay, I
If we
would love
could.
that. I would love that. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 612, Central Storage and Athletic Office, 2006 bond, proposed added projects. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Oops. Sorry. Scratch that. Abstentions? The motion carries. We're on to 6.13, Cedar Valley Elementary Playground Asphalt Bid Acceptance and Award of Contract.
I move we approve 6.13 Cedar Valley Elementary Playground Asphalt Bid Acceptance and Award of Contract.
I second.
Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 613 Cedar Valley Elementary Playground Asphalt Bid Acceptance and Award of Contract. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.14, Sue's Creek Elementary exterior painting bid acceptance and award of contract. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval of Sue's Creek Elementary exterior painting bid acceptance and award of contract.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 6.14, Sue's Creek Elementary exterior painting bid acceptance and award of contract. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.15. Boy. East Hill Elementary portable shingle replacement. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 6.15 East Hill Elementary portable shingle replacement.
I second.
Discussion.
So, going back to what you said, Mr. Buzzard, about the capacity, are we currently using those portables?
That is correct. We are using the portables at East Hill.
Okay, I thought enrollment was lower this year in that school. Okay, and how many portables do we have there? We have 10? It says portables 8, 9, and 10.
I believe we do have 10.
So
I
that
can get that.
implies
I don't
that
have that
there's
information from, but I can verify
more
that.
than 10?
I believe it's only 10.
Okay.
They're in the West Field.
Westfield. Okay. So, because when we talk about capacity and we've seen that enrollment has been down, that's why I'm just, I mean, it is a lot of money. It's not a ton of money, but, you know, I'm just, if it's portables we're not going to use next year potentially, you know, that's my only concern. So these are portables we're absolutely going to use next year?
So these are portables in the district that have about $7,000 to $8,000 worth of furniture in them, about $20,000 worth of electronic devices in them, and we need to make sure that we're, saving the product that's inside of it to make sure it doesn't leak. So that's one of the reasons, and I don't know if we will use those. Again, I can't speak to capacity and enrollment at this meeting. I'd like to, when we can get Mr. Rarick and myself to be able to come up and talk about capacity and enrollment.
And then, just as a further question, because we've got this big space we're using for warehousing, is there going to come a point where we might just surplus some of our portables and move that furniture and electronics to that warehouse facility?
I think that would be a great question once you hear my June 1st capital projects update.
Something to look forward to.
And I'm not trying to be evasive, Director Benninger, at all. I think that those will be more appropriate answered once I give the presentation on the capital facilities plan and moving forward with the capacity and the 2023 bond planning.
I look forward to that a lot.
Yeah, I would just like to add for clarity is that our portables that are being used for classrooms and the roofing that's needed, you wouldn't necessarily not roof it because you're not using it.
Yeah.
The one thing that I look forward to is the life of a portable.
Right.
And if we don't roof it and paint it and keep it up to date, the life of that portable is less.
Yep.
And so as we move forward, we need to keep it for other things, not just for classroom use. There's a lot of other things that can be done within those portables. And so I just wanted to note the roofing is like our own homes. Parts of it we might have to roof, but we will use spaces in the future. Once it gets to a point we can't do that, Mr. Buzzard knows this, that we are set to either not use it for classrooms or we don't keep investing in it because we can't even move it. To move it costs thousands of dollars, actually tens of thousands. So, but I just want to note that. Thank you, Mr. Buzzard.
And then also, Director Benninger, just one other thing. The storage that we're getting down at the central storage or the pool is 7,715 square feet, and that building is already full from the stuff that we will be bringing down there. So It will be filled up as soon as we get the racking in.
Wow.
Wow. Because we are double stacking and triple stacking things right now in our district.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 615 East Hill Elementary Portable Shingle Replacement. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.16, Kent School District Annual Fire Sprinkler System Inspection Contract to Archer Construction Incorporated. I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve 6.16 Kent School District Annual Fire Sprinkler System Inspection Contract to Archer Construction Incorporated.
I second.
Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on 6.16, Kent School District Annual Fire Sprinkler System Inspection Contract to Archer Construction Incorporated. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.17, interlocal agreement between City of SeaTac and Kent School District River Ridge Elementary Walking Route. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval of 617, interlocal agreement between City of SeaTac and Kent School District River Ridge Elementary Walking Route.
I second.
Discussion.
My only question is, even though I've lived in Kent for 10 years, I literally don't know what this is or what this looks like. And in the plan, there wasn't a map or anything that shows me what that looks like. So, and I've been to River Ridge, so I really have no idea what this dog park, whatever. So I just have some questions about that because I don't understand what this looks like or what it is.
Sure. Ask your first question.
That's my question. I literally don't know what it looks like.
You
So
don't-
is there a map or something that I
We-
can have or something that could show me that?
So we will definitely provide a map. This project is actually being designed right now through the Kent School District consultant and the City of SeaTac. So the plans are being designed right now, and then the interlocal agreement actually spells out an Exhibit A and Exhibit B of what the district is going to provide and what the City of SeaTac is going to provide, and then who's going to maintain it afterwards. And for a 30,000-foot view, it is a sidewalk from the new Alexian Gateway complex that is on the corner of Military Drive and Military Road and Veterans Drive, and that sidewalk will run on the east side of Military all the way down the road until it hits our property line at River Ridge.
So it's going down Military, so what's this about this dog park? Like, I see the dog park on Google Maps, but I don't necessarily understand what that has to do with anything.
Yes, so the dog park from where the Grandview Apartments are, the dog park, well, that was a first provision that we were trying to get the city to allow, the City of SeaTac, to allow us to put a path in from the back of the Grandview Apartments into the dog park, which has a parking lot, and it's an on-leash side. So you pull your dog out, put him on a leash, take him to the off-leash side and let him go. So it's a public area that's there, paved, has a small little sidewalk. If we were able to utilize that pathway that we had asked for to begin with, we could have cut right through the dog park and came right up onto the back of our property with our kids not even touching Military Road.
Yeah.
That plan was rejected by the dog park board of directors for that particular dog park and upheld by the city manager of SeaTac.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they'd rather have kids walk
Walk
on
on-
dangerous roads
Right.
than cut through a dog park.
Yeah.
Wait till we talk about Kent Ridge Pack.
Yeah, no, I think, thank you, Mr. Buzzer. Great question. I think one of the things that I wanted to also note, we haven't heard the word, and you just brought it up, Director Bettinger,
Yeah.
safety.
Yeah,
That's really that's what this is about.
yes.
And so we've tried at the beginning to be able to limit the number of buses, speaking of buses, that we now have to take all the way around up Centennial and over to Military, that we could have provided a safe walking route. Instead, now we're partnering with City of SeaTac to make sure that walkway that Mr. Buzzard just mentioned has the curbing and the walkway it's safer for our kids to be able to walk. And so we're not giving up on the other one.
And if you wouldn't mind,
Out of curiosity, why did they not want the kids to cut through there safely?
they, and Dr. Behringer was with me in every single one of these meetings with the city. So their biggest concern was that our children, our students, would torment the dogs through the fence as they walked to and from the school.
Oh, okay.
And I want to take a second and explain. The side of the road, or the shoulder of the road from Veterans Drive to River Ridge is wide enough. It is a wide enough walking path. We have many walking routes in our district in the city of Kent that are just as wide. The issue with it is the city is having a hard time managing the speed on that road.
Yes, that's
When the school was being built, I watched a police officer pull 3 people over going over 75 miles an hour on that road.
Yeah.
People fly through there. Yeah, I know.
Yep.
So.
I understand the concern, and I agree. But I agree with you. I believe that that was not, the dog park was, in my professional and personal opinion, being a parent and a grandparent, that's how I would want my children to walk to school.
Yeah, yeah.
But they didn't agree to that, so we're agreeing to, or trying to agree to do this sidewalk from Veterans down
Yes.
Military to River Ridge to our property line.
And just a point is, I won't defend what I can't defend, but I will say is that the city has been very gracious. They're going to take care of all the permitting. They're going to take care of all the utility. And the people on the east side of the road, and I hope I'm not saying this out in open aired right now, but they're going to get their property, a little bit of their property taken. They have to. So there's going to be some eminent domain of land, and I'm glad they're not having the school district do that. Not something Dave Buzzard is a huge fan of.
Yeah.
I just wanted to reiterate, because we are 72 square miles, and
Yeah.
there are several municipalities.
Yeah.
And we're talking about collaboration and partnerships.
Yeah.
Dr. Behringer and Mr. Buzzard have done a great job in working with those CTAC representatives.
Yeah.
To get the very best that we can to hopefully, one day we get back there, but right now, this is what we are doing because it's needed.
I'm just
Safety
curious how many
purposes.
dogs are even out there at 8 in the morning, to be tormented.
As a user, I can assure you it's crowded.
It's crowded at 8 at school time in the morning?
You got all those people that are gonna go to work to get their
Well,
dogs.
and when I went up there for the ribbon cutting to that school, I could see that safety issue just jetted out at me. And to our district's credit, because I was very concerned, I saw groups of kids walking with adults, because I thought, these cars are, I don't go in that area very often because I live way over on the other side. They were going so fast, but yet they were trying very hard to have adults with those kids, and they were packs of kids, so there's a lot of kids that walk that. So the sooner we can get on this and get it done, if that's all we can have, the better. So thank you very much for your work on that.
Yeah, thank you for all that. I'm sure it was exciting.
Any further discussion? Dogs are more important, I guess, than kids.
Yeah.
No, they are both important.
Start a war.
I'm sure now all the pet lovers in the world will hate me. All right, anyway, moving on. I'm going to call for a vote on 6.17, interlocal agreement between City of SeaTac and Kent School District, River Ridge Elementary Walking Road. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.18, resolution number 1625, issuance of contracts for certificated supervisory employees. I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve 6.18, resolution number 1625, issuance of contracts for certificated supervisory employees.
I second.
Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 6.18, resolution number 1625, issuance of contracts for certificated supervisory employees. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. We're on to 6.19, resolution number 1626, issuance of contracts for certificated non-supervisory employees. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 6.19 resolution number 1626, issuance of contracts for certificated non-supervisory employees.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 619, resolution number 1626, issuance of contracts for certificated non-supervisory employees. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 7.0, informational. And moving right through that, I don't see any discussion.
All IT. Yes.
Moving on to 8.0, consent agenda. Does anyone on the board wish to pull anything from the consent agenda?
I wish to pull 8.06, supplemental personnel report.
Is there any other things that want to be pulled? Can I entertain a motion on accepting 8.01 through 8.05 then?
I move that we accept 8.01 through 8.05.
I second.
Discussion? I'll call for the vote on accepting the consent agenda numbers 8.01 through 8.05. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All right, we're on to 8.06.
I move we approve 8.06, supplemental personnel report.
I second.
Discussion.
The only reason I pulled this is I didn't have enough time to review all the documentation due to circumstances, so I just wanted to pull it because I don't think I should vote on something I didn't have a chance to read, so.
So are you abstaining then, Director?
When it comes to the vote.
Okay. All right. Any other further discussion? Okay. We'll call for a vote on 8.06, the supplemental report. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions.
Me.
The motion carries. We're on to 9.0, communication from the audience, and I'm assuming we have no further communication? Okay, thank you. Okay. And we're on to the board reports. And we're going to start with Director Clark. Go for it.
So in my continuing circulation of secondary schools, I stopped and dealt with Matson Middle School this week. You have heard my report before about the Refugee Forum. There was another meeting last week, and you'll recall I gave the heads up that my efforts in trying to get a coordinated effort to deal with a sudden influx was completely just conceptual as long as ICE continued with its current schedule of how refugees are dealt with. Well, guess what? Last week they raised those restrictions on both Afghan and Ukrainian refugees, which means that we will see a sudden increase. Now, what it really amounts to, of course, is so many of those people are already in refugee camps, and the problem with it is in an attempt to resettle them, they have to have some security, both for the families and for the supporting agencies. But of course, the longer you hold them, that gets more and more expensive. So it wasn't a complete surprise that they did in fact change the requirement for permanent resettlement with a year in settlement, and accepted host families with an agreement that they would be responsible for any financial obligations in that fashion. So I have no idea exactly how that plan will go into full operation, but I'm just giving the heads up. The door has in fact been open to begin. I know we're all well aware that the Afghan crisis and dissolution of that nation led to a significant number of people, of which they still don't have an accurate count, seeking life in other lands. And clearly, of course, we moved a significant number by air, and I was truly surprised to discover Turkey was a major landing site with a huge refugee camp of Afghans. But the fact remains, how long do you keep them in camps, and what do you do? So that's clearly a global problem. It's not just an American problem, but the point being, it would, well, we're all aware that the Ukrainian circumstances are giving us numbers that are difficult to fully identify at this time. I put in an application with WASDA to join the Federal Relations Network. All that does is simply includes me now as a Kent representative for the, well, generally they are monthly reports, and their next one is coming in June. The whole purpose of that network is, of course, to give you heads up as school districts in terms of what is occurring in changes of law and so many different types. Of course, we are a significant receiver of federal money, and so that some of those heads ups can create problems real quick. And then, of course, in terms of athletics, we're now down to state championships on so many different levels, and I believe the Kentwood girls fast pitch team made it to the state and is playing this weekend. And then, of course, the giant statewide track and field events are now taking place this weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at Mount Tahoma, which of course is in Tacoma, south of the Tacoma Mall. But we do have one athlete that is unique in that. We have a female javelin thrower at Kent Ridge High School that not only currently holds the state mark, but is nationally ranked. So we look forward to seeing how she does this weekend. Thank you.
Director Benninger.
I got to see all 4 of the musicals that our comprehensive high schools did, and the Unstable Connection at Kent Meridian that was written by the drama teacher there was amazing, and Mamma Mia was a ton of fun. It was really fun to see a show in that new space, Mr. Buzzard. And their set was amazing. It was, I don't even know what they did there. It was an amazing set. And then we're still in the middle of a pandemic, so Gypsy was postponed, but I went to Kent Lake and got to see Gypsy on Monday night. And again, the thing that, I said this last time, the thing that struck me is that all these drama kids go see each other's plays. And I thought that was wonderful, that they're all supporting each other when they could. Unstable Connection ran concurrent with several shows, so I don't think some kids could see it. And then there was Kent Ridge Prom, and they ran very limited. But it was amazing, and they should run more. And state championships for musical theater are coming up at the end of June. And so I know at least 2 a school has to apply to participate in the Fifth Avenue Awards. And so I know at least 2 of the schools, adjudicators were there, so it means at least 2 of our schools applied. So Kent Ridge won Best Musical in 2016, so, which is a huge deal. And then the last time they had High School Musical Awards, Kent Ridge also won Best Ensemble, which is for a small musical cast, so that was amazing. And just based on what happened in Texas yesterday, I've just been feeling a little, I guess, numb, upset, worried for our kids. And I do know I've gone to so many schools, I have to badge in, but I still worry for our kids. And when I see wonderful students like we had tonight, and I see wonderful teachers here in this room, I know that it was a hard day today to go to school, and it was a hard day to teach. And it just, you know, we have student leaders in our district, and I would like to hear more from them. And I'm really excited to hear what Ms. Hamilton, Simone Hamilton, is doing with the student talkbacks about safety. It's very timely. So I'm looking forward to that. But I just am hoping that this district looks for more opportunities, like the kids interacting with their musicals and things like that, where people are making friends all over the district. They're not just staying at their school, and they're supporting each other everywhere. And, you know, it's important. And, you know, and then I think every time, you know, I know that, you know, my kids have been doing active shooter drills forever. And right before I got here, someone said that one of our schools actually had an active shooter drill today, which makes my heart really hurt. And because I have a friend who was in Columbine High School the day it was shot up and lost friends. And so, yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Right.
Director Farah.
Yes, since the last board meeting, I had the privilege to be invited to Martin Sertoon Elementary to talk about STEM experience. Ms. Ross wanted me to come in and talk to the kids about my experience as an engineer in the field and what are the challenges or what were the opportunities that I was able to take advantage, and that really warmed my heart, and I was able to go there and present to the kids and let them know who I am, my background, why was I interested in STEM, how did I become that, and when I walked into that classroom, it really solidified the diversity of this district. That was very clear. So that made me happy, and I spoke to them, and one of the highlights was after they asked me so many amazing questions. Like, one of the questions was, what was my career like, and how did I maneuver after I got the job? How was I mean, that is coming from a second grader. I mean, they asked me such questions. I'm like, what? I wasn't like that when I was their age. So it really kept me hopeful the future, and after we finished, they gave me flowers. And actually, one of them looked at me and said, "You're cool. You say that to an engineer." I mean, I'm like, wow. so so that really was one of the best Fridays I've had, and I would like to go back and talk to more students. Martin Sertoon has a special place in my heart because 3 kids of mine went there. So I remember the soon retiring principal, Mr. Kroll, for many years. So when I saw him, I was just, it brought back memories of my kids being in that hallways. I'm always interested in making sure that we promote STEM in our district, and I will like to be invited to other schools so I can share my experience and lived experience, especially as a person of color. How was I able to achieve success in that field? Since last meeting, we've met with the Covington City Mayor and Council to exchange ideas about how to collaborate. Now is the hard part. My heart is heavy. That senseless shooting that keeps happening in this country. I'm angry, I'm frustrated, I'm concerned, I'm worried, because I know this is going to happen again. It is sad. It only happens in the United States. No school in the United States is safe, and we cannot, in good conscience, say a family that's dropping off their kid at school tomorrow, their school will be safe. Why is that? I mean, what kind of country is that? How can we be okay with that? I mean, kids died. Where is the outrage? Where is the anger? Why are we not standing up to those ones who are in the pockets of gun lobbyists? And we're just going to continue saying, we have thoughts and prayers in our... I don't even want to say that anymore. It's ridiculous. And, you know, I will never forget, we used to get call from the district saying the school is going through a lockdown, and our heart stopped, my wife and I, wondering what is going on. And this is way back, and it's not something new. We go through this time and time again. I mean, less than a week ago, 10 people were just shot because of the skin of their color, the color of their skin, with a lunatic that bought crazy gun, and everybody's shrugs, and here we have 19 kids and 2 teachers dead. And we're gonna shrug off, we're gonna continue. We're gonna hear this again and again. This is not normal, and we should not be normalizing. I want the people to stand up and say this is national security, that we have done many times, and we still think just because of division, we're going to allow this to happen over and over and over and over again. It's ridiculous. We should not be doing this. I've shed so many tears. I'm not going to shed any more tears. I'm angry. So that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Vice President.
Well, I'm going to start with how thoughts and prayers don't work. It hasn't worked.
No.
It's been something that we've advocated. I remember I was thinking about this yesterday because obviously it was in the news, and I was talking to my kiddos about it today, my freshmen, and we're talking about active shooter drills and the run, hide, fight. If you haven't experienced that, let me tell you, it's a mess. It's what we were trained. How, like, we've suddenly, instead of protecting our kids, it's turned into a fend for yourself, good luck, and not any action. And I remember the first time I did this run, hide, fight training, I felt gross. I felt so like, wow, we're telling our kids that the best chance you have, instead of making policy changes, is that if there's an active shooter, you run for your life first. If you can't run, hide somewhere. And if someone comes after you, you fight them. That's that, with any available chair or book. Or, I mean, I joked with my coworker who teaches culinary. I'm like, I'm coming to your room for knives, and we're gonna throw knives. And I should have joked, right? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, that's where we're at. And that's what we're advocating for safety in our schools. And I think about that, and I think about what we have to do to advocate for changes at state and federal levels. And no one needs an AR-15. No one needs it. No animals need to be shot that way. And so I think about like why we aren't advocating for that, and why like the AR-15 is like meant for human targets. It's literally meant for human targets. And so, and thinking about our gun policies in our country, and I mean, I'm going to say things that are unpopular, but that doesn't scare me. I really do. And I keep seeing these things about arming teachers and more police in schools and more guns in schools. And what we found in any scenario, any research that they've done, that even having armed officers in buildings don't protect schools from being shot up. So thinking about what else can we do? And so the answer is, we have to put aside our thoughts and prayers. We have to, we can have our personal beliefs, but we need to advocate for changes to really support our students and student safety. And I hope that we can do what we can to make that happen. And we can't just, again, shrug it off. We just can't. We can't. Like, this is too many. Too many students have died, and we cannot keep turning a blind eye to it because we don't want to piss off the gun lobby. So that's my thought on that. But I do, so moving on, I should have ended with that, but that was my first thing on my brain as I was writing this today. I do want to thank our staff for the presentations today, specifically about academic well-being and refugee services. Again, always a lot of, I know I sounded really snippy, but I really love to watch these presentations and be able to ask questions and find out information. I felt like we were cut a little short. Because I really like to know what's going on and like to ask questions. I feel like it's my job as a board director to ask questions and find out more information so we can know what's going on. And I don't want to feel like this is just performative, like here's a presentation, clap, 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 next, clap, 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 good job. And like, that's not what we need to ask questions. We need to make sure that we're holding ourselves accountable as a board, that we're making sure that the work that we're doing in the district is supporting students and educators and the community. So if you watched it earlier, I wasn't trying to be snippy, but I really want to be able to ask questions and find out more information so I know what's kind of going on. I also want to echo the Park Orchard students that came. I mean, I'm a teacher. I love working with students. And so students of all levels, I did my principal internship at an elementary school. So kids of all levels, even middle school, I always appreciate. And so seeing students speak and advocate for themselves. And I wrote down they want field trips and field day. I love field day. Like, yes, let's make it happen. I don't know how, but let's do it. Like, that's so great. And I think students just being able to advocate for yourselves and asking for what you want or need to support you, I think is really important. And so seeing this whole thing about student leadership, that video was done very well. We have some talented people in our district doing amazing things behind the scenes. So kudos. Thanks, Amelia. Kudos to them. In the past, we had a meeting with South King County Discipline Coalition, and I felt like it was kind of a wrap-up and that we're going to kind of move on. So I'm kind of curious what happens next, because to me it felt like a wrap-up. And so I want to know more about what's going to happen next, and I'm sure I'll find out. I did not attend the Covington City Council meeting, unfortunately. I was flying in because it was my 1-year anniversary and we went out of town. So I came back too late. So that's my apologies for not attending. I'm sure it was amazing. Upcoming work, 2x2 agenda planning session, I think with Director Bettinger. I think that's what we're doing. We have a work session coming up. I think it's June 1st. I think we're talking about policy that day too. I don't know, I keep coming in at 5 and I'm always wrong, so I think it's June 1st. So I'm really excited to kind of talk about legislative agenda and things like that. And of course, graduations are coming up. I'm actually really excited for my first in-person Kent School District graduation. I don't remember what schools I'm doing. I'm gonna be at Kent Meridian, I think, and I forget the other school. But I'm really excited to be at the morning graduations. I'm really excited about it. And I know it's long, but it's gonna be great. I'm excited. I'm excited to be there as a board director. Like, I feel like I get to see the students do like what they've been trying to do like most of their life. So I always tell my seniors, congratulations on making it through the easiest part of your life, and they all just glare at me afterward. But it's true, so I'm very excited for them and to move on to their journeys, because they're gonna have a lot of different stuff. So to me, those are some great things coming up, and I'm looking at my schedule because a teacher at Panther Lake invited me to come talk to their students, so I'm gonna hopefully, they said I could come at 3, so I'm excited because I get out of work at 2, so I'm gonna try to make that happen. But I do also want to be invited to more things and, work with students. I'm also gonna advocate, I really want to kind of see what's going on a boundary committee and some of the student leadership meetings that are going on, because again, working with students is my jam. I always enjoy that. But yeah, I'm gonna end there. So that's my report for today.
Well, I'm really happy to be getting back to some real foundations that our schools do, seeing that we're really putting an emphasis on curriculum and making sure in our district that our curriculum is being looked at and updated by 2023, 2024 in most areas. Because we've had a lot of deviation from a lot of things that have gone on, and getting back to our original foundation of, getting the good foundation with our learning is primary to me. I was glad to see that the ELA is incorporating more culturally sensitive materials in their work. So we're not just getting up here and doing proclamations and talking about equity, we're actually putting it into action. And that's to me where the real work is. It's great to have things on shelves. It's great to have proclamations, but what are we actually doing? It's great to see some new school buses that were delivered. We approved those way back in August of 2021. So look how long it took us to get those. So and I was at the bus barn today when they gave out an award. They've been giving out some very nice awards to our employees, and those bus drivers, I had great conversations with them. They're doing some great things. We do need, though, we need to find a way to draw in more bus drivers. And talking with them, we've had a pretty good retention compared to other schools and our bus drivers, but a lot of them are retiring. The average age of our bus drivers are about 56, they said. So you're going to continually have that cycle you got to keep filling. So I think we need to find some incentives to get people into our bus driving, and it takes a while for them to be trained, and a lot of them can get their training through the school district, and when they get that done and they're working, all of that is taken care of by the school district. That's a plus, because if you have to go out and get all those certifications and stuff, that can be a real, barrier for some people not going into it, but it sounds like they've got that covered. It's just incentivizing them to come and retain them. And we talked about the electric buses. I already mentioned about the batteries seem to be a little challenge that they didn't think was true. And some more things which I think is important to put out, again, that we're doing with our equity and putting those into action. There was a drama, and apparently I missed it, called Darshana, that was a glimpse into the Hindu culture was put on by our district or our partners. And today, actually, when I was perusing, I don't know when I found the time because the day was pretty full packed, but I was checking out my Facebook and I saw GEM Empowering Mentoring out at Park Orchard, and they were having a big pizza party. And the boys and girls who had gone through their program were having pizza, but they're also receiving certificates of completion. And Kendrick Glover out there is doing some great things with those kids out at Park Orchard. And there's another example, we're working with our BBOC community. And that's action, that's not words, that's action. Looking forward to June 15th. Please put that on your calendar because we're going to have our student leaders come up here and they're going to talk about safety. You know, we've been talking about our votes on our SROs and obviously what's going on in our country right now, but I want to hear from our kids and see if they've got ideas and what they're doing and stuff. And at that board meeting, I want you people to tune in because I think we should have more from our students of how they're actually our customers. They're our real customers. So why don't we listen to them more? And I mean, we need to do things differently. And I'm really excited with our new equity director, Simone Hamilton. I think she's really leading that in a lot of great ways. And we did have a meeting with the South King County Coalition Committee, and it was basically kind of to talk about what we've done so far and shared experiences and highs and lows and that sort of thing. And what we're going to try to do with that is instead of individually meeting with them, we want to have them incorporated into our system. We encourage them to join our strategic planning committee when it starts up in the summer. In all our different committees, because that's how they can plug in and ongoingly give their ideas into our whole work. And they had a firsthand invitation to our June 15th meeting to hear about our SROs. And one of the things a quote that I took away from that was kind of interesting, that apparently they've been meeting with a lot of different school districts, but they said Kent School District was, and I quote, the last man standing. In other words, our district had stood and worked with them for longer than any district around. And we're still going to work with them, but we're going to do it in a different manner, trying to fold them into our meetings and come up here and join in with what we're doing and still participate on that. So, and there's many capacities that they can plug into. And we took a lot of their examples and really heartfelt stories and trying to do something in action in our schools because of it. And we did listen, and we did hear them. Not everything's perfect. We have a ways to go, but we were working on that. Some other equity work that's going on in the district that at Fairwood, they apparently had a talk on race and equity, and I missed that. I would have liked to go to that. And they had a video they put on there by the Asian American Pacific Islanders about life in the Guam. So again, we're incorporating all this in our schools and acting upon it with action. On Friday, May 13th, the PTSA of Kent put on a Founders Day. And if you've never gone to that, it was just a wonderful event. They had it out at Green River College, and they had the room was beautifully decorated with tables. They had great food, a buffet, and the entire program was wonderful. And I was very, very humble and completely shocked to receive 2 awards from Kent Meridian PTA as their most supporting student advocate and volunteer of the year, and the other from the entire Kent Area Council, 9.7, for an outstanding service award. And I was just totally shocked and blown away by that. And I did appreciate it because I spent years in PTAs and working on them, so that was a big surprise. And on Monday, we kind of continued this Monday that continued the celebrations because David Radford, the principal out there at KM, got COVID, so he was being honored at the Founders Day too from Kent Meridian, and he couldn't attend. So the PTA had a small luncheon for David and I, and we got to sit down and talk for 2 hours. And if you've ever been around David, he's a wealth of information, and we had some terrific conversations. And he talked about Kent Meridian and some of the amazing work they're doing with school-wide response to discipline management. And I said, are they using that at other high schools? And he said, no, I don't think so. But he said they are having some success, and it's kind of basically like, and some of the teachers were not crazy about it, but they're trying to fold that in, that what you get with Mr. Jones is what you'll get with Miss Adams it's not like, oh, Miss Adams would never make me do that. They're much more flexible. So why are you being so hard on me? So they have kind of the same program that you're going to get from Class A to Class B, teacher to teacher. And he said that that has really helped their discipline and multi-tiered support system work effectively. So that was kind of interesting to talk about that. I did have tickets to the Kent Meridian play, and I'm so sorry I didn't go, but I was absolutely exhausted Friday night when I had the tickets, and I just couldn't go. But I'm hearing it's wonderful, and I know they have really talented people there. Saturday afternoon, I was out in my yard, but I did slip into something decent and attended the Mamma Mia at Kentwood, and it was wonderful. And that facility is just wonderful, and those kids were so talented, and everybody was just excited by the music and dancing around. And there were some little ones behind me, and they had extra room because there wasn't a huge amount of people there. They were dancing in the aisles, and it, even though I thought, do I want to stop out being out in the sunshine? And I said, and I'm really glad I did because it was a great experience. We have some talented kids in this district. We really do. And I'm looking forward tomorrow night to go to the KM Jazz Club. If you haven't got tickets, go. It's very good. I've been before, and it's the first one they've had in a couple years, and it supports their program. So go out to KM if you want some entertainment for a very low price and help their program. Do that. I've made some plans to go to Walla Walla for leadership training. That's with WASDA, and so I'll be there for 2 days next week, toward the end of the week. And in closing, I am completely numb from the tragic shooting in Texas. I'm the mother of a teacher and a grandmother of two of my grandchildren are in the schools every day. One of my grandchildren is in the 3rd grade, so it's elementary. So when you see those faces flashing on the screen, it's just too much to bear. And I don't have answers to all that, but I know we're a better people than that. I know we're a better people. And I went to schools, my primary years in elementary and middle school was in the state of Montana in very rural areas. People had lots of guns in Montana, but nobody got shot. And nobody even thought about bringing them to school. So what's happening to our country? What's happening to our country? And it's just, there's just no words to convey the pain that you see what's happening. And I wanted to share today, I got an email just about before I came here from Tim Garshaw. Tim Garshaw is the WASDA Executive Director. And he had some words of wisdom in his note to me, and he probably wrote to all presidents in the state of Washington boards, but he said, "You have all heard me speak on the importance of approaching complex and divisive issues from the stance of we're not for, rather than what we are against. We are all for students and staff being safe and without fear in our schools and returning home." And he is encouraging us to support some more of the issues that WASDA is supporting in our legislature that do have some actions behind it. If we all took this to heart on how we get along with each other and disagree on many points, but always have respect for each other and engage in constructive dialogue that produces the outcome of our students, we can make a difference in the world. There are things we can do every day. And no, we can't take away the pain from what happened, but we can be in control of our own lives and what we do every day. And looking for fault is always easy. Being angry and outraged honestly dissipates over time. And I could be criticized for this too, I'm sure. I'm a person of deep faith, and I'm not advocating that one needs to be a person of faith or spirit or whatever you believe. But I want to leave you with Congressman John Lewis's words that has stuck with me. When we pray, make sure you're moving your feet. And that means work, folks, and action. And I plan to dedicate myself, like I always have, to issues that can stop this situation. There is no reason why an 18-year-old can walk into, when he turns 18, and buy an assault weapon. First of all, even people who are gun owners and like to hunt and that stuff, you blow away an animal with that kind of weaponry, and there's no need for it. And an 18-year-old can't even drink, so why can you put a gun in his hand? We are better, folks, and we can do something about this. I want to thank all of you who have stayed here until after 9 o'clock. Obviously, you care about this district and our most vital resources, our students. And I want to thank you again for all the people in this room do every day. Teachers, I know there's teachers and administrators and all those people watching from afar. We can make a difference. Sometimes things have to get so beyond what we can, the bottom, until we do stand up and do that. And at 9:09, we are adjourned. Thank you.